Rahajang semang semeton miki
morning, everyone. Thank you for coming, either on person or remotely. My name is Benny, and we will be joined by 4 panelists for this event, but they send pre-recorded videos. So these are the panelists who are going to join us today. They came from 4 different communities, and they have done really great job at doing all 4 competitions in Indonesia. So I will give a short introduction of what we are doing in Indonesia with regard of Wikisource, and then I will play the videos that they have recorded. So as you might already know, in Indonesia we have 4 Wikisource projects. Each correspond to different language. The Indonesian Wikisource is the oldest, and it has a thriving community called Indonesian Wikisource Community. While the Balinese and Javanese Wikisource was launched between 1 month of each other in 2021. The Balinese Wikisource community is mainly based on Denpasar, which is the city in Bali, while Javanese Wikisource community, most of them is based on the Yogyakarta Wikisource community, which is on island of Java. Lastly, the Sundanese Wikisource was actually launched 2 days ago, on 16th of August, 3 days ago. They are based in Bandung. So my information that they are still in multilingual Wikisource here is several days out of date. They are now live in Sundanese Wikisource. About competition in Indonesian Wikisources, we had a long history of competitions. Actually, you might not know it, but the first ever Wikisource competition in existence was done by the Indonesian Wikisource community in 2012. Even though it is a Sundanese English dictionary, and the proofread-a-thon was held in English Wikisource. And then starting in 2020, the competition was held annually in Indonesian Wikisource, 2021, 2022, and lastly 2023. These are all the competitions that have been held up to date. This is like a summary of how many pages in total, how many number of participants, and what's the completion rate, proofread page, validated page, total edits. As you can see, by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 competitions, we have managed to proofread about 28,000 pages from 160 books, with more than 74,000 edits in total. So now I would like to let Ayu from Wikimania Denpasar community, representing Balinese Wikisource. This next 4 presenters will present in their own words, in their own language, about the competition that they managed. And yeah, I will give the floor to Ayu.
Om Swastiastu. Rahajang semang semeton wiki sareng sami, titiang ayu saking komunitas Wikimedia Denpasar miwah komunitas Wikisource Indonesia. Ring rahinane sane mangkin, titiang poleh galah antuk nglatarang unduk wimbekare wiki pustaka. Wiki pustaka inggih punika wiki source mebasa Bali. Ring wiki pustaka wenten mekudang-kudang suratan sane mawentuk buku, miwah lontar sane nganggen aksara Latin miwah aksara Bali. Ring bulan Juli sane sampun lintang, komunitas Wikimedia dan Pasar ngelaksanayang wimbekare wiki pustaka antuk nyangre wanti warse wiki pustaka sane pertama. Ring wimbekare punika para pamilet nguji wacan mekudang-kudang suratan sane wenten ring wiki pustaka. Titiang dados silih tunggil prawartake ring wimbekare punika. Titiang sedia dados prawartake karena titiang kayun mangde wiki pustaka ngelimbak tur mawiguna majeng ring para kramane. Yening akeh anak sane uning unduk wiki pustaka, pastike akeh sane nganggen wiki pustaka dados sumber suratan. Selami titiang dados prawartake ring wimbekare punika, titiang akeh melajah mangde presida ngewantu para pamilet sane nemonin pikewah ritat kale nguji wacen suratan sane sampun kesayagayang. Samalihe suratan sane nganggen aksara Bali. Akeh suratan pinake warisan leluhur para kramane sane untuk nyane nenten becik krana sampun lami kekaryanin. Nikemawinan wimbekare wiki pustaka dados utsahe antuk ngelestariang kewentenan suratan punika. Kewentenan wiki pustaka ringgalahe sane mangkin wiakti durung kecingakin kewigunanyane. Nanging ringgalah sane pacang rauh wiki pustaka dados genah antuk pupulan pustaka kuno sane mawiguna tur dangan kerereh oleh para kramane. Asa punika sane presida aturang titiang aturang sukseme antuk sampun kaicenen galah sareng ring acaranin puniki. Om Santi 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 Om.
So we will try to play the video with subtitle, the English subtitle right now because it was not embedded. Yeah. And the sound. Sorry. Ayu currently is in Wikimania. You can. No, sorry. None of the panelists is here. But we do have people from the Balinese or Denpasar Wikimedia community around if you want to ask them about their projects. For example, there is Citra Charmawati, and then there's Angga Buana. And yeah, Ayu was sharing about her experience in doing the proofreadathon last July. Sure. So I will start again. Thank you guys.
Semeton wiki sareng sami Titiang Ayu saking komunitas Wikimedia dan Pasar miwah komunitas Wikisource Indonesia. Ring rahinane sane mangkin titiang poleh galah antuk nglatarang unduk wimbekare Wiki Pustaka. Wiki Pustaka inggih punika Wikisource mebasa Bali. Ring Wiki Pustaka wenten mekudang-kudang suratan sane mawentuk buku miwah lontar sane nganggen aksara Latin miwah aksara Bali. Ring bulan Juli sane sampun lintang, komunitas Wikimedia dan Pasar ngelaksanayang wimbekare Wiki Pustaka antuk nyangre wanti warse Wiki Pustaka sanika pertama. Ring wimbekare punika para pamilet nguji wacan mekudang-kudang suratan sane wenten ring Wiki Pustaka. Titiang dados silih tunggil prawartake ring wimbekare punika. Titiang sedia dados prawartake krana titiang kayun mangde Wiki Pustaka ngelimbak tur mawiguna majeng ring para kramane. Yening akeh anak sane uning unduk Wiki Pustaka, pasti ke akeh sane nganggen Wiki Pustaka dados sumber suratan. Selami titiang dados prawartake ring wimbekare punika, titiang akeh melajah mangde presida ngewantu para pamilet sane nemonin pikewah ritat kala nguji wacan suratan sane sampun kesayagayang. Samalihe suratan sane nganggen aksara Bali. Akeh suratan pinake warisan leluhur para kramane sane wentuk nyane nenten becik krana sampun lami kekaryanin. Nikemawinan wimbekare Wiki Pustaka dados utsaha antuk ngelestariang kewentenan suratan punika. Kewentenan Wiki Pustaka ring galahe sane mangkin wiakti durung kecingaken kewigunanyane. Nanging renggalah sane pacang rauh Wiki Pustaka dados genah antuk pupulan pustaka kuno sane mawiguna tur dangan kerereh oleh para kramane. Asa punika sane presida aturang titiang aturang sukseme antuk sampun kaicenen galah sareng ring acaranin puniki. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you for Ayu who have shared the experience from her community. So this is the statistic of the Balinas Wikisource competition, and at that time in 2022 July, they were still starting the community, but they managed to have 14 participants. Next, we will see the video from Ter Setia. She represents the Yogyakarta Wikisource community. Is it a question? Yes. Can you hold it until the last 5 minutes? I will open the floor for the last 5 minutes. Thank you, sir. She represents the Japanese Wikisource competition, and this is in her own word how the competition was done, reflecting on how she is very happy when she found the Wikisource in her language.
Sugeng pepanggihan, tepangaken kula tersetia saking Kita Solo, Indonesia. Ing wanci menika kula badhe matur bilih rikala wulan Maret 2023 kepengker kula dipun parangaken dados panitia swayembara Wiki Sumber Jawa. Sejatosipun mekaten, kula menika kan remen maos nggih. Lah nalika kula manggihi wonten situs Wikisource ing internet, kula lak nggih bingah sanget. Amargi wonten ing situs menika kula manggihi wonten buku, serat, layang kitir lan sak panunggalanipun menika dipun serat mawi maneka warni basa lan saged dipun waos kanthi mardika. Kathah-kathahipun wonten ing Wikisource menika. Langkung-langkung nalika kula manggihi wonten buku mawi basa Jawi. Lah langsung kula gregah. Ati kula, manah kula sangsaya bingah. Lan ing salebeting kalih minggu menika wonten ewu kaca ingkang sampun katitiwaos kanthi prayogi. Menika saestu ngremengaken. Minangka panitia kula inggih pikantuk langkung kathah keterampilan babagan cetakan. Kejawi mekaten kula inggih manggihi bilih para panyarta ingkang sejatosipun boten mangertos basa Jawi, boten saged ginakaken basa Jawi. Ananging para panyarta menika kersa nderek nitiwaos amargi kepengin ngangsuk rawuh, kepengin sinau basa Jawi. Nah, kula manggihi bilih swayembara menika sae menawi dipun gelaraken kanthi ajeg 3 wulan sepindah menapa setahun sepindah. Amargi swayembara menika saged ngrembakakaken gunggunging buku sarta sumber wawasan ing Wikisource. Kejawi menika inggih saged jangkung tiyang kathah supados mlebet utawi nderek paguyuban. Lan ing Indonesia wiki sumber, wiki pustaka menika saged nglestantunaken basa-basa daerah utawi basa lokal ing laladan Indonesia. Langkung-langkung malih menawi wonten tiyang ingkang mangertosi bilih basanipun kepanggih ing buku-buku serat menapa layang kitir ingkang sumadya ing wiki sumber, piyambakipun kula pitados bakal badhe langkung asring mbikak situs menika. Lan situs menika saged langkung maedhahi tiyang kathah. Menika ingkang dados pengajeng-ajeng kula. Mila monggo kita sedaya kul sinangkul gelaraken swayembara supados situs menika langkung ngrembaka. Ing wekasanipun cekap semanten anggen kula matur suwun sanget awit kawigatosanipun para sedherek. Lan menawi wonten kathah lepat kalian kekirangan anggen kawula matur, kawula nyuwun agunging pangaksami. Matur suwun.
Thank you, Setia, for sharing with us about the experience in Japanese Wikisource. One thing I can add, other than this activity statistics, you can see the participants was much higher than the Balinese because they open the competition for people who don't speak the language, but they can still participate in the competition because most of the books are written in Latin language, and that's why she said there was some she had to help some people who could not read the language, who doesn't understand the language, but they could still participate in the proofread-a-thon. Next, we'll give the floor to Mirani. She represents the Sundanese Wikisource. She's from the Bandung Wikimedia community, and she will explain how to prepare a Wikisource competition.
Sampurasun, wilujeng enjing kasadayana, tepangkeun abdi Mirani Novenka, abdi nyaeta salah sahiji panitia kompetisi Wiki Pabukon atanapi Wikisource Basa Sunda anu dilaksanakeun dina sasi Februari tahun ayeuna. Abdi resep janten panitia kompetisi kumargi kompetisi nyaeta salah sahiji cara supados Wiki Pabukon tiasa enggal kaluar tina inkubator. Saanggeus kompetisi dilaksanakeun aya sababaraha pamilon kompetisi anu tuluy nyunting dina Wiki Pabukon dina sasi-sasi salajengna dina bulan Maret, dina bulan April. Samemeh kompetisi dilaksanakeun, anjeun kedah nyiapkeun sagala rupiah anu patali jeung kompetisi. Sapertos naskah nu bade diuji baca jumlahna seueur. Teras nu kadua nyaeta pakakas anu ngaranna Wikisource Contest teu tiasa dianggo di Wikisource anu teu acan kaluar tina inkubator. Sabab eta anjeun tiasa nganggo Wikimedia hashtag tools. Para pamilon kompetisi kedah nambihkeun tagar wiki pabukon dina kambandang editan supados kontribusina tiasa katinggal ku panitia. Sakitu wae panginten ti abdi hatur nuhun pisan tos ngadangukeun sampurasun.
Thank you for Mirani for sharing with us about her experience in the Sundanese Wikisource competition. One thing I can add, other than the statistic here, is that the community really did something brave and unusual because they were holding this competition while Wikisource Sundanese still not launched as a separate project yet. So at that time, the Wiki Pabukon Sundanese was still in the multilingual Wikisource. That's why when on her remark, she said, on other previous competition, we use a tool called the Wikisource Contest Tool, or wscontest.toolforce.org. But since it's still in multilingual, she cannot use it. So that's why they have to rack their brain and they use hashtag tools instead. I'm very happy to congratulate the Wikisource Sundanese community because they are being born in 16th of August 2023. You can look at the website SU, which is the language code, wikisource.org, and congratulations for the Sundanese Wikisource team. Really, really happy for them. Next, I will give the floor to Anissa.
Assalamualaikum.
She will represent the Indonesian Wikisource competition, which was held, the last one, in May and June.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Anissa dari komunitas Wikisource Bahasa Indonesia. Saya adalah salah satu panitia kompetisi Wikisource Bahasa Indonesia 2023. Kompetisi yang diadakan di setiap tahunnya, dan tahun ini dengan spesial, kompetisi ini diselenggarakan pada bulan Mei hingga Juni 2023, bertepatan dengan ulang tahun Wikisource Bahasa Indonesia yang kedua. Selama menjadi panitia, saya sadar betul bahwa tidak hanya peserta, namun panitia pun menjadi ikut turut lebih banyak lagi belajar dengan membantu para peserta yang mengalami kesulitan dalam menguji baca naskah yang telah disediakan. Kompetisi tahun ini menjadi kompetisi yang sangat luar biasa. Selain peserta yang sangat aktif dan kompetitif, kompetisi ini tuh menjadi sebuah rekor, di mana persaingan yang sangat erat dan keras menghasilkan kontribusi yang sangat tinggi. Itu menjadi kebanggaan tersendiri bagi saya dan tim tentunya. Setiap anggota komunitas tentunya mengharapkan yang terbaik untuk setiap proyek yang mereka jalani, begitu pula dengan saya. Dan kompetisi ini telah menghasilkan buah yang sangat manis. Selain para sukarelawan baru yang akhirnya menjadi aktif menyunting di Wikisource Bahasa Indonesia, mereka juga bergabung bersama komunitas. Saya berharap untuk kedepannya, semoga komunitas dan seluruh rumah bernama Wikimedia menjadi rumah yang asik dan menyenangkan untuk setiap orang-orang di dalamnya. Terima kasih.
Thank you for Anissa for her experience in the Indonesian Wikisource competition. So one thing about the Indonesian Wikisource competition is it breaks a lot of record because we have a whooping high 76 people who registered for the competition, 32 books, 9,000 pages, 24,000 edits, just in 2 weeks of time. That is our presentation and our panelists. Thank you. Apologize, you cannot see the Balinese script and the Sundanese script. I open the floor for questions, and I will try my best to answer them for the panelists. Is there any questions? We have 5 minutes, and I will take as many questions as I can. So I was a little bit involved in all of the competitions. So that one first, and then sir, you did this one first because yes, he started.
I have two questions.
Yes,
One
sir.
very short. Are those slides available on Commons?
The slides.
Mm-hmm.
How can you get the slides?
Mm-hmm.
I can show you in the QR code.
I love the numbers and the figures.
On the back, can you share the slide from the Google Docs again? Because I've added a QR code, if possible. Sorry, did you download it and? Okay, it's on the online chat, sir. If you want to get it, and I will also upload it to Commons.
Mm-hmm. And the second question is a little more complex. On the Italian Wikisource, we had similar competitions,
yes,
contests, and we held them for 6 years.
Yes.
And they were very successful, and they earned us some users. But we had to stop them because 3 years ago we found that there were cheaters. There were people who claimed to have validated pages that they just blank edited.
Okay.
And so we had to stop and think about the real value of the contest. And did you realize the existence of cheaters?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. It's a very good question. No, we did not detect anything for the past 9 competitions. For this year, we will also held 4 new competitions. I suggested to each of the community to think of some other way to help the competition. For example, like the traditional way to do it is like individual race to the top with the most contributions. I suggested to make it more like a group effort or something like that, because and then to assign them to specific pages instead of letting them to choose their own pages that they want to proofread, for example. In this way, when they are assigned with the same amount of effort, the first is like time competition, no longer most contribution, but the fastest to do it, for example, they will get points. Other way to do competition that I suggest is to make it monthly, but like small, like 5 books every month, and at the end of the year, the person or the team with the most contribution will be able to get the prize. So these are my suggestions for this year's competition. Thank you. For the second question, go ahead. I have 1.5 minutes.
Okay, thanks for opportunity. Just a short question. We know that after we held a competition, the participant doesn't want edit anymore after the competition. So is there any way or tips that we can do after we held the competition and the participant of the competition still edits in our projects, for example in Wikisource?
Thank you. That is a very good question as well, how to retain the contributor, the editors. The community, each of the 4 communities have different strategies on how to do it. For example, the Indonesian community, I think is the most successful because they have many more books that are going to be proofread. For the smaller community, they are still also struggling how to retain, but I believe it's up to every community to devise their own strategy. What is the best way to retain or how to keep the contributions coming? And I know it's not an easy task to do, but I believe each of the community would be able to do it in the future. Thank you so much for the time. That's all the time I have. And I will give the floor back to you. Thank you.
There's no test. Okay. Start right now. Oke, selamat pagi teman-teman semua. Jadi hari ini kita akan mengadakan sesi komunitas Wikimedia Banjar dan proyek yang telah dikerjakan. Jadi pada sesi ini saya akan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Diharapkan apabila teman-teman tidak mengerti bisa menggunakan fitur terjemahan. Oke, perkenalkan dengan saya di sini Arkus Klot atau Faisal Ansari dan teman saya di sini Muhammad Sibgatullah Mujadidi. Do you have any? Oke, mari kita sedikit berkenalan tentang komunitas Wikimedia Banjar. Oke, komunitas Wikimedia Banjar merupakan salah satu komunitas yang berbasis bahasa di bawah atau afiliasi dengan Wikimedia Indonesia. Komunitas ini dibangun pada 15 Maret tahun 2020 dan berbasis atau berdomisili di Banjarmasin karena banyak para kontributor Wikimedia Banjar berada di Banjarmasin. Oke, terus apa sih fokus proyek kami pada komunitas Wikimedia Banjar ini? Yang pertama itu kami melakukan penyuntingan atau melakukan editing in several projects seperti Wikipedia Bahasa Banjar, Wikipedia Wikikamus Banjar, dan saat ini juga fokus ke Wikiquote Banjar atau kami sering menamakannya Wiki Papada. Oke, apa saja yang telah kami kerjakan selama beberapa tahun sebelumnya? Yang pertama itu kami ada melakukan penerjemahan terhadap modul jangan mengutip dari Wikipedia. Jadi ini merupakan salah satu modul yang kami kerjakan yang berkaitan dengan bagaimana cara menggunakan Wikipedia secara baik, terus ada panduan-panduan di dalamnya. Jadi yang menjadi penerjemah modul tersebut adalah Sigbatullah Mujadidi dan yang selanjutnya yang menjadi penguji baca adalah saya, Faisal Ansari. Oke, selanjutnya ada Wikibaiman, yaitu kami mencoba memperbaiki kualitas artikel di Wikipedia Bahasa Banjar, khususnya pada artikel yang paling sering dikunjungi di top 100 atau 100 artikel yang paling sering dikunjungi di Wikipedia Bahasa Banjar. Oke, mungkin selanjutnya bisa dilanjutkan oleh Didi. Terima kasih.
Oke, saya akan melanjutkan presentasinya. Nah, selain dari dua proyek yang telah kami kerjakan tadi, selanjutnya adalah kami mengerjakan proyek Wikileban. Wikileban ini adalah proyek yang berkaitan dengan Wiki Kamus atau Wiktionary. Jadi di kegiatan Wikileban ini kami memasukkan 400 lema baru di Wiki Kamus Bahasa Banjar yang pada saat itu baru saja menetas dari inkubator Wikimedia. Nah, selanjutnya kami ada mengadakan proyek lagi namanya Wikipandir. Jadi Wikipandir ini adalah semacam proyek kolaborasi antara Wiki Kamus Bahasa Banjar dan juga Lingua Libre. Jadi kami menambahkan perekaman pronunsiasi kosakata bahasa Banjar ke dalam lema-lema bahasa Banjar yang belum memiliki bagaimana tata cara penyebutan kosakatanya tadi. Nah, yang terakhir kami mengadakan kegiatan Wiki Salman. Wiki Salman ini merupakan bagian dari kompetisi yang diadakan oleh Wikimedia Indonesia juga. Tapi kami ini kompetisinya bertopik mengenai flora dan fauna, tepatnya penulisan artikel flora dan fauna di Wikipedia Bahasa Banjar. Jadi pemilihan tema ini itu berkaitan dengan keinginan kami supaya nama-nama flora dan fauna bahasa Banjar itu bisa terjaga dan orang-orang nanti bisa mengetahui apa saja nama-nama flora dan fauna yang ada dalam bahasa Banjar. Mungkin itu saja presentasi dari kami. Saya ucapkan terima kasih. Selanjutnya mungkin kami akan menyediakan waktu untuk bertanya bagi para kawan-kawan yang ingin bertanya.
Oke, Silahkan kepada saudari untuk bertanya.
Hello, good morning. I'm Dia from Wikimedia Jakarta. I want to ask something to Wikimedia Banjar. Maybe you can answer it in Indonesia. Do you experience? Did you experience any spectacles when developing, when made the competitions? Yeah, in Banjar.
Oke, mengenai permasalahannya dalam kegiatan kami itu, sebenarnya ada, mungkin kami akan menjelaskan beberapa masalah yang ada dalam proyek kami. Mungkin yang pertama di Wikipandir, yang merupakan proyek kolaborasi dengan Lingua Libre itu. Nah, pada kegiatan ini kami itu problemnya itu kadang masalah suara. Terkadang ada suara-suara lain yang masuk sehingga menyebabkan perekaman suara pronunciasi tadi agak kurang bagus gitu. Terus di Wiki Salman, nah itu permasalahannya terkadang ada peserta yang mengumpulkan artikel yang sama berulang-ulang kali sehingga itu cuman menyebabkan surel yang masuk di tempat kami itu jadi penuh doang gitu. Nah, mungkin itu yang bisa saya jelaskan. Mungkin Faisal bisa lebih lanjut.
Okay, I will explain the problem that we face during working in several projects in Wikimedia Banjar, especially that Didi said that we have a problem in voicing Wikipandir. We have problem with that. So besides that, Wikipandir also has a problem, especially in we trying to make vocabularies with two dialects, so Banjar Hulu and Banjar Kuala. So the problem is we don't have any dictionary. We are trying to get to buy in some stores in Indonesia, in market in Banjarmasin. So we don't have it. And actually we after we are going to do these projects, we finally find it in one of the marketplace in Indonesia, and it's actually is not new, but it's still worth it to use. So that's the problem. In Wiki Salman, we also have a problem. For example, like we have a problem in determining some vocabularies that suitable in the names of plants or animals. So some of the articles seems like there are similar with other article. So that's my answer.
currently most of the text uploaded or
My talk about incubator resources, how we can support all the new projects in incubator that that are left to tend for themselves. So this is the incubators project dilemma. We have numerous projects, but very few people helping them, so they are fend to themselves. Lack of centralized resources, especially most used templates, modules, etc. Nobody tell these new contributors how to do templates, modules, etc. So that's why I'm thinking of we can make a centralized repository of resources for new projects. The background for this presentation is in this year, or since early this year in Indonesia, we have 7 new candidates for new projects from 7 different languages in 6 different projects: Wiktionary, Wikiquote, Wikisource, Wikivoyage, Wikibooks, Wikipedia. These are very active communities, and all of them have asked language committee to launch their project. But 3 months or 4 months passed. Only 2 of them have becoming a new projects. And I would like to give a warm congratulations for Sundanese Wikisource, because it's born 3 days ago during Wikimania 2023. Congratulations for the community. We smaller wikis project have hard time to prosper and very little chance to make it out of incubator if they don't have support and resources. So that's why my idea is to pool all the resources, and it's not just me, but all of you who have interest in doing this, please help as well. I was actually going to do it live earlier, but I thought, no, let's do it maybe after Wikimania. Currently, I've already listed some of the resources that are available, very few, but we do have small wiki toolkits, starter kit. Later on, you can, maybe they will share the link to the chat, or you can ask me for this presentation, so you can click the links. We do have manual for small and new Wikipedias. And especially since Wikipedia, we have a lot of new Wikipedias. We have lists of articles every Wikipedia should have. Actually, this is not a new idea. The Wikimedia Foundation have thought about this and have worked on it on this Fabricator ticket 242545. And they have a lot of things that they want to add, like resources, templates, modules, etc., for small wiki toolkits. So go ahead on the Fabricator and look at the tickets for this small wiki toolkits. Honorary mention for Wiki 99. This is the coolest tool award winner for diversity category. They are very cool. Take a look at them. I really like it. And if you have any projects in Wikisource, especially about Wikipedia, not other, you will have a lot of resource in this Wiki 99. So, what other things that the new Wikipedia projects in incubator needs? List of most used templates, which have their own page here. And I also think, a simple bare bone categories that can mirror like more established Wikipedia, like English Wikipedia. Simple set of guidelines, like NPOV, and then all 5 pillars, things like that. Those, set of rules need to be present in all Wikipedias anyway. So currently there is no rule that new Wikipedia should have those, but I believe they should have those guidelines implemented before they can be launched. So they need also encouragement, helps. What else do they need? So let's think together on how we can pool all the resources for them. That's just Wikipedia. I did not see any resources list for Wiktionary, Wikibooks, Wikiquote, Wikivoyage, Wikisource. Same lack of resource may hinder their progress and may doom them to be in incubator like forever and ever. I do have experience of Japanese Wikisource, was in multilingual Wikisource for, 16 years. Same with Sundanese Wikisource. Sundanese Wikisource was in multilingual for 19 years. Imagine, since 2004 until 2023 is launched. 19 years in incubator or multilingual Wikisource. We need, tell the community, you need these templates, modules, gadgets, abuse filter, bots, tools before your website, your project is launched, so that you will be ready for spammers or for this and that. Let's compile them together. I will start a new page on incubator, maybe incubator : resources, and there will be sub pages. I invite everyone to join as well. So let's think about Wiktionaries. What do a new Wiktionary needs? Like list of most important words in maybe all languages, Swadesh, and list of words with the most interwikis. This is very interesting. Basic thesaurus, probably. Wikivoyage, what do they need? Maybe list of most famous destinations. So like priority list, destination with the most interwikis, all major cities, capitals in the world, instead of, a random collection of cities that maybe no other people would go. So maybe Paris should be on every new Wikivoyage, or New York City or Singapore. Wikiquotes or Wikibooks, what do they need? So Wikisource, this is like especially close to my heart because Wikisource really different from the rest of the projects. Right now, English Wikipage have them, and like beginner's guide. I don't think other projects, Wiktionary, etc., have beginner's guide. So this is a cool, but only in English Wikisource. So we can propagate this to all new communities that want to make their own Wikisource. So Wikisource is different from the rest of the Wikisister project because they have index, they have pages, they need a lot of templates for styling. So they need much more support. So, and then this is my last page. The problem of exporting a new project. When a project is in Wikisource, a project in the incubator, they can use a lot of templates, and whatever templates they're using will be exported when it came out. But once it's out, if you want to use a template that has not been on the incubator before, it breaks the website. So that's why a lot of communities struggle because their pages look awful. A lot of templates are missing. They don't know how to fix it. So that's my presentation. Thank you so much. I'm available if you have any question. Thank you.
tes satu, tes one. Oh, oke. Tes. Okay, this time it's my first time. My time. Wait. Tes 1 2 tes. First presentation. Okay. Hello everybody. Good morning. I want to present my presentation about changing scientific language into local language on the Wikipedia. It's my experiences in Wiki project, such as it is Wiki Salman, one of competitions in Wikipedia Indonesia. Okay, next. Okay, introduction. Indonesia has 700 local languages, where some of them have multiple dialects, such as Javanese has many dialects, such as Ngapak and Mataraman, and many more. And some of them also have vocal script, which are different than Latin script, but in writing and how to pronounce it, such as Javanese has Hana Caraka script and many more. Okay, this example. Next. Okay, this is example about JavaScript. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Okay, this is example of Japanese script. It is from my little survey from WhatsApp. From WhatsApp group. I got it from the survey. Okay. This is, what? Okay, this is one of bacteria in soil. Yeah, it is one of bacteria species in soil, especially in soil. Okay. And this, what is this? Protein is chemistry material, and this is a plant. You know? Okay. It's my ethnic in Pajanis. Okay, I want to speak about. I want to tell about Banjaris language. Okay, Banjaris language is a bilingual franca in South Kalimantan and some region in Central Kalimantan and East Kalimantan, such as Palangkaraya, Kuala Kapuas, Samarinda, Tenggarong, even in new capital region in Kalimantan, Nusantara. And in Banjaris language has two dialects, Banjar Hulu and Banjar Kuala. Okay. Ada Banjar Hulu and Banjar Kuala have differences, such as Banjar Hulu is spoken by people in Hulu Sungai region. This one is Banjar Hulu speakers in this region. While Banjar Kuala is spoken by people in Banjarmasin city and its surrounding. And this This is people which speak Banjar Kuala. This is Banjarmasin, Banjarbaru, Tanah Laut, Tanah Bumbu, and Kota Baru. Sometimes they have different vocabularies and different ways to approach pronouncing one of the other, such as mother. In Banjar Kuala, they call it Uma, while Banjar Kuala, in Banjar Kuala, they call it Mama. Yeah. And many more. Okay. This is my references about this. Okay, protein. Protein. You know protein? In Banjaris we call it protein or protein. Because in Banjar Hulu, okay. Okay, next. Okay, yang problemnya ada. This problem, I have a problem about this. Sometimes it makes new user feel confused about procedure for finding good and correct word. Some are secondly, some of languages have certain character to write words from those languages, and Wikipedia is not. The last Wikipedia is not 100% has the feature yet. We can accommodate languages in the world. Okay, it is a sample for this Walu. You know, it in the have ambiguity in protein or protein. In my experience, I can get references about true word in protein in Banjaris. Actually, okay. But I have my idea about this. Okay, my ideas is we make or develop a project which can translate scientific language to local language or can accommodate local language characters. And two, we make a partnership with experts such as a lecturer, researcher, and many more. Okay. So in Wikipedia, we have a project about this. You know about Winte? But I have an evaluation about this. No. Because it's a mistake about what translate. Okay, protein, but protein it is an evaluation. We quick evaluation about okay, so that give so we want to repair it about this to know how about it. Okay, thank you for everyone.
Check. Okay, sorry everyone for the schedule. I'm just gonna have less than 7 minutes left. Okay, I'm gonna present about the case about vandalism on Wikimedia project policy and bring you some cases from the Sudanese Indonesian Wikipedia. So this is supposed to be a little bit introductory for myself. You can check it in the slides later. Of course, I'm going to talk about vandalism, and also this is supposed to be a video, but I don't think that we can play it right now. This is the existing cross-project and local policies on vandalism. The most recent terms of use has the vandalism word in it, but when I want to ask what is defined as vandalism as written in section 4, and action consistently done to harm the project. Is that your definition or definition mentioned somewhere in terms of use? Vandalism is not defined explicitly in the term of use. Okay, this is someone from the foundation answering directly. Content vandalism and abuse in Universal Code of Conduct. We have the definition of deliberately introducing biased, false, inaccurate, and inappropriate content, or hindering, impeding, or otherwise hampering the creation of content. This includes not limited to these ones. Okay, this is the current policy in the English Wikipedia. Vandalism deliberately intended to obstruct or defeat the project purpose, but we can see in the project purpose, Wikipedia has no firm rules. So does it mean when we create rules, it means vandalism? I don't know. It's from the English Wikipedians to solve themselves. And also there is a rule about ignore all rules. This is rather different than the Indonesian Wikipedia and the dumpster writing one. Okay, so we have a similar form of ignore all rules, but in Indonesian we translate it into don't feel to be too burdened by the rules. So not ignore. So there's also a phrase of use your brain, don't make something up or don't mess up. So this is a policy in the Indonesian Wikipedia. So this is the criteria on vandalism, counted as vandalism in Indonesian Wikipedia. And also not vandals, these are the criteria. And vandalism may lead to block with all of these other reasons. And I want to emphasize on the examples, of course, whether you consider is this vandalism or not. So this is an article about the balance beam. Balance beam in gymnastics, balance beam event in gymnastics. Any of you in the room currently consider this as vandalism or not? No. Yeah, I'm just gonna let you know this is an incorrect translation. The supposed correct and more older term and still used term in Indonesian supposed to be balok, keseimbangan. It is already very common, but the person, I censored their name here, of course, who created this article took it on himself and used papan instead, which means board, not beam, which means board. Do you guys consider it as vandalism or not? Okay. No, right? What about two articles with similar these problems? This is just one article. What about two articles like this? 3 articles by the same person? 4 articles, 1,000 articles. Okay, this is a different kind of audience I see from the Wikidata section I attended this morning. So what about this one? This one is from the Sudanese Wikipedia. Is this vandalism? Why is it not? I'm currently a CSOP in Indonesian and Sudanese Wikipedia, and this is very difficult, particularly for small wikis, because we don't necessarily have a content policy like vandalism or something that may lead to block and so on. This I don't think this is a correct Sudanese term. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure whether we use Angkatan Segara because we use laut also in Sudanese, right? It means Navy, U.S. Navy. I'm not really sure. And you can see there's no references in here. And this info box just supposed to go on until down there, so long. And it was created by, I don't know who it is. They are not an active member user of the Sudanese Wikipedia. I suppose maybe not even Indonesian. Not really. There's something about that. And also, how about this? Is this vandalism? I'm gonna point it out directly. About that and with that, you can see the references. It's very like, it's really not supposed to be like, it's really not supposed to be like this only. And you can see this is a really, really similar, very similar translation from the Indonesian article. And it's also the same, the case is the same as before, as this article. It wasn't created by routine members of the Wikipedia. So I really want to know whether, what is this vandalism that we are talking about? Yeah, I hope if anyone is joining me in online, I'm really glad to connect. My username is supposed to be on Pretalks and even Yay. And if you are attending here, I really would be glad to if we can define it ourselves. Okay, thank you. That's all my presentation. Sorry for the very short time.
Test. Hi. Yeah, so I'm Robert. So what I'm going to talk about is indexing articles on Wikipedia. So I'll just, without much further ado, I'll just start now. So about myself, I am edit. My home wiki is on English Wikipedia. Primarily I did on Singapore-related articles, and I have been actively maintaining our index, the index of Singapore-related article for the last 4 years, since 2019. So what I'm going to talk next is why we want to create an index and what's index and how to create an index, right? My target audience is basically those who want to create an index for the topics that you want to, that they are monitoring. And unfortunately, it will require a bit of technical knowledge because right now it's pretty still pretty scripted, right? So for now, it's just people with technical knowledge would probably will get the gist of how I extract the information. Okay, so first, what's an index? For those who do not know, it's just an alphabetical list of articles and a standalone list itself as well. So list of all encyclopedic articles that is available on Wikipedia for any broad general topic, right? So for example, it's the Singapore-related articles. It can be any other countries as well. It can be Malaysia, it can be Japan, or even just thematic topics even. Okay, so why you want to create an index, right? In general, it's just these 3 reasons. So first, it's a quick way to find out if a subject article exists in context of the general topic. So let's say I want to find a topic about makerspace in Singapore. yes, we can use a search bar on top, but search bar will give you makerspace article directly. We have a makerspace in Singapore. It's just not listed here because they do not have an article, right? So if anyone want to create an article from here onwards, they can do it. They can do so immediately. The next one is to fight vandalism in that topic that you're monitoring. So how me and my fellow Singaporean editors are doing so is basically through using the related changes on the article, on the index itself, right? So this index right now currently stands at 12,000, 13,000 links, on-page links. So we are actually monitoring almost every Singapore topics, articles on English Wikipedia, right? So once it comes in, if there's a vandalism edit, it actually serves the same function as a watch list. It's just that this is already a predefined watch list for everyone. And also, the last point is discovery of new articles. One thing about indexing, putting on index is that it de-orphans articles immediately, right? So it always be kept at a minimum. Right now, inside this maintenance report, I just put this like just a few hours ago. It stands only at 3 links, and these 3 links are, out of these 3 links, 2 were created in the last couple of days. Yeah, and the rest of the, because I ran the index like earlier last week, so these links are the new articles for Singapore-related articles, right? And also another thing is that in this chart here, is between 1st June to 31st October 2019. Right in the middle, around August, is when I actually run the script to programmatically create the index. This chart shows the spider visits. So meaning to say your Googlebot crawlers, your Bing.com, all your search engines. Before that, there's like, we only be visited like maybe 50 per day. 50 times per day by the bot traffic. But after updating it, we are seeing more bot traffic coming in because it's getting updated much more frequently. So search engine, barring the no index conditions and stuff, it will immediately ping and get all these articles out without much faster. It's easier for search engine to discover new articles, right? Okay, so, but here comes the issue. Maintaining index is very hard. It's very time consuming. If you do it manually, it's a boring task. You basically have to copy the links one by one. It's a lonely task as well because no one else knows what you're doing, right? And it's maximum effort, right? Yeah. So it comes to a point where there was actually an AFD discussing to delete 174 indexes. Yes, so all the indexes that is related to country and region topics, right? This is part of the opening statement. It's a redundant and unmaintainable systems of indexes articles. Yeah, that this AFD concluded with no consensus because I participated by saying that Singapore list is updated. Someone else participated and said that the Vatican City list is updated. The two smallest city-states came in and say it's updated. Yeah, so it ended up with no consensus because there's a recognition of the effort on us, the 2 main editors, trying to get our index up to date. There were also other indexes that were relatively updated, but not to the extent of our 2 city-states. So now, this is just a quick guide. I don't have my laptop with me to demo the crawl and stuff, but this is my workflow, essentially to create the index. So the general steps is download and set up the script. The script is on GitHub. You can just go and clone and fork and clone it. Get a list of categories. The script uses categories to get all the articles out. So you need to identify the related categories first. And then you run the script, and then you manually update into into Wikipedia. The reason why manually update is that I was and I'm still quite lazy at trying to get a board approval to automate the entire process. Because also primarily because I do not know how well received this will be if it's just only for one index itself. So right now I was still doing it manually and checking through the changes. But if I want to scale it up, there will need to be more semi-automated or even automated measures, right? So first, downloading and start a script. The link of the GitHub repo is there. One prerequisite is that it is on Node.js. Yeah. So unlike most of other people who dabble in data science or data engineering, my primary language is Node.js, not Python. Yeah, so that is something that I think is more accessible for those who are familiar with using JavaScript, which is I would say most of the web developers or script maintainers on Wikipedia. In the main file is index.js. You have to edit 2 group of lines to match the current index articles if there is. Right, the heading, the top heading, and the bottom one, and then after that you run npm CI to get all the necessary node modules. Right, so this is just the script that I've pulled out to show you what you need to edit. So at like lines 74 to 78, if you notice, is the wiki markup of the heading of the index header code. So every time it runs, it's already loaded there, and it will load into a text file, and I just need to copy the entire text file and paste it onto wiki itself. I do not need to find where I need to copy out. I mean where in the wiki article to remove and insert the new list. I just do it wholesale. Same thing at the bottom, between line 95 to 102 is the bottom end of the index where you have things like your categories and other the COSO sections. Okay, so this is where you need to replace, right? And then to get a list of categories, right now, what I do is basically go to the main category page itself. So for example, category Singapore. Open your browser JavaScript console and basically type this jQuery command in. It will expand the category tree one level down. And you just keep repeating this until you are satisfied that you have all of your categories open up. One thing to note is that there might be recursive category branches. So say for example, on Singapore, it opens up to Straits of Malacca, which then will open up to Singapore, Indonesia, and Malaysia. And the entire thing will just go over and over again. So for those who are more technically inclined, you can start modifying the JavaScript query to only open up those that are not on the recursive branches, right? And there might be also unrelated categories. So that's as what I said just now. There also like Malaysia and Indonesia topics coming, categories coming in. So that's what we remove. And then after that, you copy out into this file category.list the entire category tree, and you reformat it so that it just only shows the category names. And right, so this is basically opening up the index file. I mean the category tree, right? And then category list. And then after that, you just run node index.js, and you copy the compiled text from. Right now, I just lazily load it as pages tree.txt, but that is the completed index article markup. And for subsequent runs, you can monitor changes with, say, the new article board page itself. So for example, this will be Singapore search results. It doesn't monitor every time you want to to load a new index because there might be changes to category names, there may be renames or deletions and stuff like that. So that is something that you need to do the maintenance for yourself for now. What is next is that I have in plan to make it into a collaborative web application with a graphical process flow so that an average editor will be able to generate index on their own, and also to template the output so that it can be more usable for other kind of index creations as well. Okay, and that's all with my talk. I'm open to any questions. Yes. All right, so questions outside.
Test. Okay. Hello everyone. Welcome to the presentation for community initiatives in the East Siap region. So this will be a panel session where there will be 3 of us. one from Wikimedia Malaysia, one from Wikimedia Australia, and one from Wikimedia Taiwan. So basically, we will do some 5 or 10 minutes of presentation, and for each person, and at the end, we will have some Q&As. Okay, so the first will be by me. Okay, so from the community initiative for Malaysia, what we have done is that we have partnerships with embassies, but most of the partnership that we have done is through events partnership. It's not really a long-term partnership, but it is more to an short term, because we just want to have a one single day event for the embassy and of all the Wikimedia communities in Malaysia gather to have an event. So basically, how I see partnership with the embassies in Malaysia is that I believe that the embassies are really one of the great partners that all Wikimedian community around the world should try to approach, because they are really easy. At least in our experience in Malaysia, it's quite easy for us to approach them. We just send out the, for example, our proposal, event proposal, and then we have some conversations. And then after that, when they agree to organize the event, then yeah, after that, we get some support from the embassy. So I believe that each of the affiliate or communities in the world should try to approach with embassies. So here, so for in Wikimedia Malaysia, our first collaboration was with the Embassy of Sweden for the WikiGap back in 2021, and we started online. So it wasn't a physical event, so it was just online. So I guess it was quite easy for us to be involved or collaborate with them, because we already contacted with Wikimedia Sweden for this event, and also the embassy has known about this event. So if there's any community with, for example, low resource, which means that there's not that many people that could coordinate the event, or there's not that many budgeting, so for having an online event would be a great first step before proceeding with, for example, physical events, because that's what we do. For example, in for the WikiGap event, 2021 it was online, but then 2022 and 2023 is physical events with the support from the embassy. So, but 2021 they didn't give that much, for example, like budgeting or something, because it's just online. They just support by trying to attract participants to join the event, because that's one of our issues that we face in Malaysia, is that if we do events alone without any partners, we couldn't get any participants to join the event. It happened twice, I guess. Yeah, it happened twice, and there were no one that joined our event. So by having partners, the partners will bring the for example, for universities, they will bring the lecturers and students to join. And for example, for the Embassy of Sweden, they invited some of the university lecturers and students to attend the event. Okay, so yeah, so if you want to try to do this partnership, yeah, first, of course, you need to have a proper event proposal and a collaboration letter, because in Malaysia, these two are quite important, because we are dealing with higher organizations, so from the government in each of their countries. So we need to make sure that we specify what we want from them, and the roles that they have, and also what's the role that the community can give for the event. So yeah, discuss with them. Make sure you discuss with them if they reply. For example, what have happened, Embassy of France, I contacted them in 2020, but then our first event was this year. So it took like few years to to manage to get the event. Yeah, so like what I said, yeah, from in what when we do event proposals, we specified what we can give uh, to support the event and what can the embassy give to support the event. For example, like from our side, for example, we try to find the participants. We try to try to become the facilitator of the event, the trainer of the event. And for the embassy, their role is, for example, try to find more participants, try to promote the event, having the embassy logo in our poster. So having this recognition and partnership will attract more people to attend our event. And then, of course, do ask what they can provide, because that some depends on the embassy itself. For example, some embassy can provide support, for example, the food or especially certificates. Most of the embassy that we have done, they can provide certificates. So there's something in Malaysia, especially most participants want the certificate, and it's quite valuable. So for example, like this, I have, so this is one of the certificate for our 24-hour edit-a-thon with the EU delegation and Embassy of Sweden. So this is the ambassador's, one of the ambassador's signature. Yeah. And then this one is for the Ukrainian Diplomacy Cultural Month. So this is the charge d'affaires, which means the ambassador is vacant, so it's taken over by the charge d'affaires. So this is quite valuable, especially for students, for future, for person who are trying to find a job, and having this also will be beneficial. And also for us, for the local Wikimedians, because you can also ask not only for the participant certificate, but also certificate for the organizers, for the trainers, if you have. It can be online as well, not necessarily physical, but can also be e-certificate. And also, yeah, make a best first impression. Make sure you prepare well when you manage to talk with them, either virtually or physically. And then, yeah, stay connected with them after you are done with the event. So make sure you stay connected, and then maybe next year you can try to do the same event, and hopefully it will be bigger than the last year's. And yeah, the embassies will connect you with many partners because, for example, actually, Embassy of Sweden, we have collaborated with for 3 years. And for this year, they invited us, for example, for a reception for the Swedish Innovation Day. So we managed to meet with many Malaysians, like other organizations. And also we were invited to attend the Stockholm Internet Forum in Stockholm last May. So it was all funded by the government of Sweden. Yeah. So yeah, this is one of the list of events, Wikigap. These are from Japan, 40th anniversary of Malaysia-Japan Look East Policy, Ukraine Cultural Diplomacy Month. The Facts for Democracy is a 24-hour edit-a-thon, which means that from 11 a.m. today until 11 a.m. the next day, all the participants from 13 universities compete to try to write best articles. And some of them didn't even sleep in the 24 hour. I did sleep, but the participants, some of them didn't. And then French National Day and French Wikipedia Teachers Training. So for this one, it was last week. Yeah, I trained the teachers, but they were speaking in French, but I teach them in English, so I don't understand French. But I teach them how to edit the using the Wikipedia. Wikipedia is a Wikipedia, but for children. So yeah, these are the list of embassies that we have collaborated for events. So hopefully there will be more soon. For this year, we're trying to do with the Embassy of Japan again, and also for the Embassy of South Korea. So hopefully it works well, because we want to do it for the Wikipedia Asian Month. Yeah, so that's all from me. Can you play the video? How to play the video? Yeah, so that happened a few months ago. So it was very hectic, but then yeah, all of this event was fully supported by the EU delegation. So all the participants from around Malaysia, their travels, their hotel stay and everything, the venue was fully supported by them. And Wikimania Malaysia didn't even spend anything to, we just come there, but the setback is that we have to stay stay alive for the next 24 hours. Yeah. Yeah, so that's all from me. Thank you.
You want to put into presentation mode first, and then we will go full screen. We'll switch the screen for you.
Okay. You mean? Okay. Wait a moment. Wait a moment.
You're in duplicate or you're in?
I tried. I
presenter view.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. In my brain.
You can switch here.
What?
Is it the next this one? Oh no, that is
No,
black.
no.
No, because she presentation.
Can we put? Okay. Okay, thank you. And I'll share the topic is the next plan of Wikipedia Asia Month. I'm Rick from Taiwan. Okay, so I have start from the beginning of Wikipedia Asia Month. It started in 2014 in Berlin. We have a meeting. It seems like ASEAN at one, and the center is from Australia. And in this meeting, we have talked about how cooperation between the whole ASEAN, but someone says we can have any cooperation just talking, but do nothing. We should do something that can make ASEAN Wikimedia communities together. So I remember the Addis from China, from user group China, and he referred to mobilization order in Chinese Wikipedia, and he proposed the Wikipedia Asia Month from that time. So in this almost 10 years, we have a lot of outcome. We have 6,000 to 9,000 articles every year, and more than
40 to 60 projects join the event every year. And in this long time, we have different logo. We have established a new user group since 2019. So that's yeah, we have more articles in more languages talk about Asia. So that's the past. That's the very. I think it's very good, very good, very perfect outcome before. But since these 2 years, we met some challenges in this event. So there's 4 challenges I list here. The first one is communities in Asia did not support the program anymore. In the beginning, we sent the postcard to the winner, the contributor in Asia Months from several different countries in Asia. But I remember from 4 or 5 years ago, there's only Taiwan still do this. So the contributors from Taiwan feels, oh, why I get the other contributor gets the postcard from the other country, but we get the postcard from ourselves. Yeah, and the second challenge is Asia is not seems a region in this movement. And you know, we have ESAP hubs. ESAP hubs is just a part of Asia, and even the PAC is not a region in Asia, right? And so South Asia is it's totally in Asia, that's right. But Central Asia or Middle East in the grants, when they apply the grants from foundation, they merge to some region not in Asia. For example, the Central Asia is merged with CEE, Central and East Europe, and the Middle East is mixed with North Africa, I remember. So the Asians, we don't have more chance to talk with each other. We have more chance to talk with some other regions people. And the third challenge is that postal problem, because we know it, in the end of 2019 we had COVID-19, and post system frozen in these 2 years, in the recent 2 years, and it's not recovered 100%, I think. So there's several countries. The Taiwanese postal system says we can send your mail to them. Actually, I bring the postcard or some certificate. We can send them to this person. So if you know someone comes from Iran or Dominica, please please tell them to find me. I will have some postcard in these 3 years. I need to take to them. And also we have some technology problem. Because we use the fountain tools, I think you know that. We use the fountain tool to report the contribute from every participant. But the fountain tools only can report the new articles. If you create a new articles, you can account by the system. But if you try to improve some exist articles, that's great, contribute, but the fountain tool can get that. So that will limit some ideas if what we want to do. So it's time to change. It's time to change, and we plan. We have two goals, two missions in our next step. The first is, let ASEAN back. Let ASEAN join, support the event in the future. And also we want let the user group become stronger, not only how to say that? A user group seems like a vendor of Wikimedia Taiwan. Yeah, all things do by us. So how to do this to how to reach the two goals, and in the first, how to let Asia back, and we think maybe the work to send the postcard is too heavy to several countries, because we need to print some postcard, and we need to write the address on there and send them. So we cancel the postcard. We use the start the E word. And also we design a new folk dance, and that will let the Asia can normalize some dance, some articles, some topic around the view or the culture around himself. For example, in 2022, we have 5 folk stems, and we have Shindo, shrine in is like temple in Japan, and we have Islam in Asia, and we have nature in Central Asia. We have Austronesia languages, and we have Hindi cinemas, as well as Bollywood, right? So it's that will bring us to fast to know different the diverse view from different Asia region, right? So that's the first change to let Asia bake. We try to do that, and also we how to make the user group be stronger. So we plan to register a new non-government or non-profit organized in Taiwan, and that will help because we can apply a bank account and get the grant, you know. So yeah, we can get grants and maybe hire some staffs to push the event. And also we try to design the governance system for the user group, because that's some problem, because if according to the Taiwanese Act, if we are registered non-government organized, the chief of the organized should be Taiwanese, should be the citizen of Taiwan, and if the board meeting want to make decision by voting, that the meeting should be face to face. You can do this online. I don't know why, but it's our law. It's our law. So we plan to make the new organization like the whole board member and the whole members are Taiwanese, but we can create a committee from different region of Asia, and the committee can propose the new plan, and the board should agree the plan. We can only reject the plan only if maybe it's possibly illegal in Taiwan. So we think that will be how to say that, a system that can be run in the future. So originally I want this session as a brainstorm, so you can give me some idea, some feedback how to let the Wikipedia month go on, but we have no such long time. So thank you, and we can keep touch and keep talking after this session. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Belinda Spry, Executive Officer from Wikimedia Australia. I'm just going to talk quickly about our partner projects that we have run this year, and then I'll just skim through quickly so we've got time for some questions. So just quickly, a little overview of Wikimedia Australia. We have been a volunteer-run organisation for many years, but last year was the first time we received our grant funding. You might see some of these familiar faces around at Wikimania this afternoon. If you haven't met them already, come up and say hello. We love to meet people from across our region and across the world. And similar to many of the other organisations, we run training, we support editors, we co-design programs and partnerships, which I'll be focusing on, and we're looking to work with other countries in the region, and we're also looking to advocate for open access. Please don't read everything on the screen. I'm just trying to highlight that from our strategic plan, we decided to look really closely at some of the areas where we could focus on growing content and working more closely with other organisations in Australia who are aligned with our strategic plan. So we really took a focus on equity and inclusion, I've just tried to put some of the other points up there, but you can read this in full on our website. If you go to wikimedia.org.au, you can see our strategic plan, and we took a focus on equity and inclusion, looking across First Nations people in Australia, expanding participation and representation across regional Australia, and improving demographic diversity to ensure a sustainable movement. So we had a number of discussions with the board and myself and the other staff member from Wikimedia Australia, and we came up with a plan where we would put out for an expression of interest to try and identify other organisations in Australia who had similar strategic plans to our strategic plan, where they were also looking to do a joint project, focusing on digitising their content, possibly having a Wikimedian in residence, learning more about open access, open knowledge. And so we developed an expression of interest which we put out in February of this year. And we specifically said your project must focus on one or more of our priority areas, looking at First Nations communities, regional or remote communities, or Australian women. So we originally planned to have 3 projects, and we would provide funding of $10,000 for each project. So we waited, and the applications came in. And eventually we discovered that there was a lot of interest in this area, and we ended up giving 4 partnership projects. So we worked with Queensland University of Technology. They had a large range of photographs and files, a lot of information from regional Queensland, regional Australia. That was really important historical record of what had been happening in country Queensland and country Australia. And they wanted to digitise that and make it openly available. We also had an expression from ACME, Australian Centre for the Moving Image. They wanted to engage a Wikimedian in residence to integrate Wikidata content with their ACME website. So they are a museum in Melbourne, in Federation Square, and they focus on film, cinema, historical sort of collections around women in film, popular film, and they have biographies of famous people, summaries of films on their website where you can go and have a look and find out something about Nicole Kidman or someone famous from Australia. But they wanted to pull the Wikidata content into their website as well as having their own biography, so to supplement the information that was there. So that was a really exciting project that we thought would be really great to investigate. We also selected University of Divinity, who also wanted a Wikipedian in residence to add content across many wiki platforms, so Wikipedia, Wikidata and Wikicommons, for a specific project, the Australian Women in Religion project. And finally, we also selected a council from remote Queensland called the Peru Shire Council. They wanted to do they'd never done any editing. They were starting from scratch, from a really low base, but knew they wanted to do something about improving pages about their area and about traditional knowledge from their area. So they were looking to train people from their town, but also First Nations people, to do edit-a-thons and improve, maybe take photos, do commons walks, and also improve information to possibly attract people to the region who might be travelling or just have an interest in the area, with a focus on Indigenous knowledge as well. So we had these 4 fantastic projects that really helped us address key areas from our strategic plan. I've also got the links on here, so afterwards, if you have a look at the slides, you'll be able to go through to the links and see the expression of interest and the responses on our website. So I've just chosen one to give a quick overview. This is a project that recently completed. Some of the other projects are still not quite completed yet, but this is the Queensland University of Technology. Jill, in the blue, was the program lead at Queensland Uni. In the end, they achieved uploading 436 historical images. They have documented their digitisation process, which has been really key for us, knowing how they did it, what were the challenges, how can you solve some of the problems with old photographs, getting the best digitisation. They also had equipment at their university, high quality scanners, which really improved the process and made the images really clear. They cleaned them up using software, and they also used Pattypan software to do bulk uploads to Commons. They've also been fantastic at promoting the project and letting people know about how Wikimedia supports open access. So they have published articles in the State Library of Queensland newsletters, they've done blog posts, and they've sent emails out to their partners, so they've spread the word about what we can do together. And Jill will also be presenting at the NDF conference in New Zealand later this year. And we're doing a digitisation and preservation group webinar in September, I believe. So that's a little photo of Jill, but here are just a few of the photographs that have been digitised. Some colour, some black and white, but all really important historical documents that were just sitting in folders, sitting in files, but really tell the story of history of Queensland and Australia. So, just a few outcomes. I won't list them all because we want to leave time for questions. But yeah, they have all really helped increase information about Wikimedia and about what we can do and the types of projects that we're able to work in partnership with. We've been able to increase content, obviously, especially in Wikicommons, but also in Wikidata. We've started to really establish, as we're quite a new office, we've just started building these long-term relationships, so we're hoping that some of these projects will continue and we can look at possibly extending these or doing more in the future. We have just increased the visibility of what we're able to do and able to do in conjunction with other GLAMs and universities. And it's also been great for us to document some of the challenges and find solutions. So I will leave it there just so that we've got time for questions. So sorry to skim through that so quickly, but we'd love to open up to the floor for you to ask any questions from Rick or Taufik or myself. So would love to hear your questions. Any? Working? Yep. Okay. Any questions?
Kia ora, malo lele. My name's Kasivalu and we're from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And a lot of the work that we do specifically as young emerging Wikipedians is focused on the Pacific and documenting that part, but also within the art sector. So I wanted to ask, as a newly formed entity, is there any interest or any kind of future plans to engage within the Pacific, and specifically with climate change being the main topic, especially with Tuvalu? What kind of efforts would your organisation be looking into partnering in that kind of respect? Malo. And that, that question's for you.
Oh, for me? Yeah, great. I think that's something that we would really be interested in doing. As you know, we've just got a brand new office. We've only had staff for 12 months, but it's something that we have talked about. We would like to do more partnerships in the Oceania region, and especially sort of in the ECAP region. But I think, there's something we could definitely look at. We have also been running a project called The Record, which is recently completed, but from that we've had interest from University of Technology Sydney, I'm trying to think which university, and they have the Conservatorium of Music in Sydney, and they have a large Pacifica music collection, so they started to talk about we could do some editathons and have a look at doing some kind of project there, but it'd be great to make contacts with people in the region and look at what's possible. So let's have a chat afterwards.
Thanks very much. Sorry, this is also a question for Belinda. So I really like the project that you talked about and the particular case study you drew out. I was struck by the fact that in the UK we very rarely work on digitisation. We're sort of coming in at the next stage, but clearly within this context it was really important to actually document that history. And so I guess my question is, what were the particular learnings? I hate that phrase. What did you learn? Oh, I've been Americanized. What did you learn from that, particularly that process, and supporting the project from the digitisation?
Yeah, I think it's something. Maybe it is unique to Australia, where I think people have got lots of resources and lots of records, but they haven't taken that step of actually scanning them or digitising them or doing something with them to actually make them available. So I think for us, finding out, that they even had scanners that they had available there, because they do some digitisation as part of their everyday work, but they were using different records for a different project. But when they saw our funding, they were like, oh, we've got these other records that are particularly about regional Queensland that we would now be able to digitise. So it was a fairly time-consuming process for them in the beginning to just work through the Creative Commons licence and what have you. But I think we've learnt a lot about the time involved that it takes to do the digitisation process. But they are now in a position where they could continue to do that, and we've kind of got over that sort of initial learning curve, and they've now got a really good process in place and learnt about some new tools like PaddyPan and things like that to speed up that process. Any other questions? I'm getting a wind up. You are always welcome to come and speak to Taufik, Reek and myself. Belinda will be milling around. We'll be here for the afternoon, so please come and have a chat to us if you still have questions. But thank you so much for coming along and hearing about what's happening. Thank you.
So there's only three of us probably. Okay. For now, yep. Hello. So my name is Youngjin from Wikimedia Korea. So I'm just gonna talk about engaging with youth in the case with the Korean Wikipedia right now. And yeah, so agenda will be like this. So I'm gonna just like giving overview of our conversations that are happening right now. And then I'm just gonna show the initiatives that what Korean communities are doing, and then we can able to do open discussions if you have any experience with engaging with youth, so that we can share our experience with them. So let's go. So many people are transitioned during online activities due to pandemic. Korean Wikimedia gets largest number of new users while like the COVID period, which is end of 2019 to early 2020. So using the Wikipedia is a knowledge platform for the young people, but however, there is a problem. So they know the knowledge, that is the knowledge per platform, but they are not aware about what exactly details about community. So that was the problem. And new main pages that we implemented in the early 2020s, it has all the links to the community village that has been increasing the participation of the community at that time. And it has been also motivated to the English Wikipedia at one point. That's what I believe. And then they are getting in and they don't know what's the village pump or the question and answer. So in case, here is the view of a main page. As you know, there's a help, and there's a village pump, question and answer, and community portal as well. Okay, next slide is not coming. Okay, so remember our Wikimania 2022 theme, diversity, collaboration, and future. Why is it important with the engaging of youth? So it is necessary to get the Wikimedia movement sustainability. Then we need to get the age diversity as well as what we call gender and the LGBTQ plus, disability, and the regional diversity. But I think age diversity is important. In order to movement to keep sustainable, I think age diversity with all generations from the baby boomer to Gen Z and the more kids, that's very important to have it. So that's why I'm thinking the importance, youth engagement is very important. So in order to engage with the youth, it is very important to understanding their culture. So we have to, in order to understanding the culture and the motivating the youth project, they are very, very important in the Korean Wikipedia, since often users since many sessions with the Wikimania already told, the motivating the users is important. It is very important to use as well, because we have to communicating each other, and if they are not getting engaged by any community members, I often realize that they're just gonna leave once. So the engagements are kind of following. So we have to improve and reorganize the existing resources. So creating and restructure the help and the guideline pages are kind of important. And we have to efforts to communicate directly with the youth users. That does not limit it in the communication through the official portals like the IRC, village pumps, and etc. I try to how I engaging the youth users very in the active way. For example, I try to get somehow the telegrams or WhatsApps and Discord, etc. I try to reaching out them and individually and giving them advice on there and provide some funds if I think is helpful. That makes they feeling like a more community member, of course. And we also have a student camp, which is dedicated page for the youth users. This is how the student camps looks like. And what we also implemented was the temporary the Q&A and the board kind of things, which is similar to the village pump, a separate village pump. That way, the original discussion is gonna be not ignored, and also as well the students and the youth users can ask the questions and express their concern to the fellow teenager users, and etc. can be happening. Oops. So also important to encourage them and what they want to do and support behind the scenes. So this is somehow the game they created one. I know this game is a little bit tricky and silly, because only one reason why they're tricky and silly is they just not know how to design the thing. They just want to making it we think somehow bad and not appropriate for the Wikipedia, and it's duplicate with the others. We should not reaching just as deleting it. Instead, I think what our community is doing, we just encouraging them to building that resources. Keep building their resources, and then they can got some achievements on there, so that we can able to get more users with this if possible. We also working with the local affiliate, which is Wikimedia Korea. I'm also board member at there right now. So the Wiki Camp, which is known as Wiki Tambang, is also possible, and collaborate the youth agencies, and understand that Wikimedia Korea also doing the frequent meetings with the users as well as the administrator myself, so that we can just like able to communicate each other. And they are being like supported when any helps are needed. And we also utilize the volunteer hours, because the many middle schools and high schools in South Korea, they will need somehow the volunteer hours for necessarily needed, so that we can give volunteer hours with the editings. They're really helpful. However, it is also helpful to university students, which also include the youth age group, because sometimes in South Korea, many universities, especially the medical school, they're graduating. They're required to have the volunteer hours, specific number of volunteer hours. So we are making specific topics we are missing on category, and then we just ask them to improve the articles or translate. That project is started recently, so not on the slide, but I can briefly explain at this point. So the best example that what the teenager and youth initiatives in the South Korea is the Wiki Tambang, which is the visiting the various place in the Seoul, and the take-up sessions and the giving the volunteer hours and some rewards if they're doing very good activities. So there was 3 sessions already held. Each session has 6 to 10 persons attended. So lots of youth users participated. It includes the existing and the advanced youth users and the new youth users as well. So we also collaborate with the local organizations. So recently we had organized the communication with the Seoul Youth Agency, 맞아요? 청소년이죠. Seoul Youth Center, yes. And we also plan to giving some distributing guide to how to utilize the Wikipedia for editing in there, because many teachers in South Korea does not aware about the Wikipedia themselves because of the way they educate them. The way South Korea's educations are not like the source knowledge and the kind of that stuff. So it is we can able to utilize for the Wikipedia in the school. We also plan thinking about the wiki quote as well, because that's easier stuff. They can just get some quotes and then posting on there. So that's also the possibility. So here are the quotes from the teenager user. So this is the user Ginan. So I'm not going to read the entire quote because of timing, but you can feel free to just see how he achieved. And another user, White Tiger. This user is be selected as the Wikimedian of the year last year in South Korea, and he actually received the prize for it. So here's a picture of it. So in the achievements, we have 5+ administrators elected from the youth age group. And as I told in last slide, one youth users are recently awarded for Wikimedian Super Year. And some youth users are active, very, very, very active on the content development. That's our goal. So it is actually good to have new users that contributing our content to be sustainable. And they are proposing and hosting editor turns in some time, so that it was great achievements. However, there's also challenges as well. So because after COVID, many people are back to the schools and the on-site work, so that decrease of the new users. And we also have struggled with the still not user-friendly environment. For example, help pages are still outdated, and the teen South Koreans, they are not to read the entire the long text. So we have to be to restructure the help page in order to get quick as possible to edit the Wikipedia. So lack of knowledge about movement is also the problem, and changing the trends is also a problem. And the big competitor about NamuWiki, which is competition site, I'm not going to show because of the copyright issue, but this should be another presentation in the Wikimania, I think. So from now on, we have 9 minutes and 41 seconds left, and I can have a quick open discussion. So I want to hear what's your use engagements are right now, and what's the problem, and what's you achieved. If you have any things, then we can quickly share it within the remaining 9 minutes and 24 seconds. And then, yeah. So if anyone wants to share their experiences? Oh, matter, yeah. Thank you.
Cool.
Yes.
Hi, thank you a lot for the presentation. I think it's a very important topic. I'm Capucine, chair of Wikimedia France, and here we have Mathilde, who is working with us. In Wikimedia France, we support Wikidia, which is an encyclopedia founded in French as Wikipedia Junior in the years, and which is an encyclopedia for young people, made by young people with some help by adults. We think it's super cool, so we are helping them financially with skills, etc. And we found a very, very intense engagement online too. So it's working. We didn't explore a lot the on-site activities because people are sparse within our friends, but it could be a lead, so thank you for that. I think it's super important because they are the future Wikimedians, and we did a survey within the community, and there is no gender gap in Wikidia. So it's super cool.
Yep.
One of the things is, I forgot what I had to say. But yeah, Wikidia exists, that's it, in several languages, notably Italian is pretty active, but we will be very interested in supporting more languages, for example, Korean, because we think there is a huge interest for that.
There's going to be an Arabic version. It's supposed to be launched in coming September.
So yeah, and we used in the past to do a wiki concours, how do you say that, wiki challenge in high school in France. It was working quite well, but it became more and more difficult for the students to match the quality levels on Wikipedia, which means for this kind of public, if you take the entire class, it is complicated to be involved in encyclopedia-like writing. So it's better to concentrate on challenges with other forms of free knowledge like you did, I think so. And we need to explore a bit that in the future.
Yep, thank you. While moving the microphone, so I know the wikis that session that I attended just right before, that was very interesting, and that could be easier to apply for users as well, as long as I know the rules, actually. All right, go ahead.
In Estonia, we have also a bit struggled about how to get more of those young people into Wikipedia. Just like in those over 20 years of Estonian Wikipedia, the average age of average editor probably has grown somewhere between 5 to 10 years over this time period. But with some of the projects we actually have, for instance, one of the interesting ideas I think could be easily replicated in other countries is that we have had and specifically as it's for very young people, it might also be difficulty to, again, have this quality that is in place. So we have done those kind of competitions when there is a limited time amount. We have tested out with, let's say, 24 hours, 30 hours, 36 hours. From the younger people, it's, let's say, 24 hours is better. For, let's say, university students, something like 36 hours or 30 hours is preferred. And this is a team competition when there's like a set of students working together on an article in a time pressure, and they have a decent prize for it. And that has so far shown relatively good results in Estonia, at least. I think it is something that could be also tested in other countries. Might it be suitable way for having this sort of engagement?
Yep, thank you. I know the engagements within like the teenagers has been like the quality issues as well. Some edit users are gonna be like having like the bad qualities of articles, and they not know the wiki thing very well, so that its engagement might be a little bit like the harder if the administrators are not aware about this and rollbacking and blocking. Sometimes it may be harder. Yeah, director.
Hello, Martin from Germany.
Hello.
And in German Wikipedia, there is an actual club called Jung Wikipedianer, Young Wikipedians. It has to be, it was until 18 years old contributors, and they changed that to 20 years old contributors. And they not only have their own photo competition and article writing competition and article improvement competition, etc., but they also try to meet early. I was in the situation to support them. First meetup was in 2015, and some of the young Wikipedians were also at Wikimania. For example, there was a meetup at Wikimania 2016 with a couple of other young Wikipedians there. And yeah, so then there was all these young Wikipedians became old and the new generation didn't show up, so there was really a bit of like break or pause on that. And now there seems to be a new generation active, and we have the Jugend editiert, youth editing workshops in Berlin. Actually, one was yesterday, and also tried to support them, but for obvious reasons I couldn't do this yesterday. And so they use central notice banners to invite people to their editing workshops. Wikimedia Deutschland supports with a landing page on their website, with the registration process, and with all the fancy things you have to sign when you're a minor, or let your parents sign and bring to the workshop. So over the years, this also developed a little. So when I started supporting them 10 years back, it was just a letter from their parents that I could support them. Nowadays, we have to sign many, many documents. Yep. So these are some of the struggles we have.
All right, thank you. And there's another person at the back. 45 seconds only because we are almost out of time.
1 minute, it's okay.
Oh, 1 minute is also possible, yeah.
Too bad it's only 1 minute, or else I probably can just simply elaborate on what I have done. I'm the admin for the Malay Wikipedia and also active member of the Malaysia community user group. So what I've done is basically like one thing that I've concentrated is for communication. So usually what we have done is we use like platforms that are well known by the younger generation, like Discord and also Twitter. I'm also active over there, and I think it's really done good for our communication, especially within the younger generation. Within our community, the Malay Wiki, have some activity over there, and also as we have discussed on the plenary hall just now, we also try to implement like Wikimedia, we try to open up for popular culture, such as like my presidents and Mr. Dodi have launched the Wiki Cosplay, which is basically like more concentration on the anime and stuff. And maybe me personally, I would like to try to expand it into maybe other parts of pop culture, such as like music. I'm more of a music lineated, and also like other stuff that maybe come about. And also we try to look at the like cultural events that maybe attract younger generations to come into Wikimedia and Wikipedia especially. So yeah, this is my 1 minute off.
30 seconds over, yeah.
30 seconds?
No, I'm saying to operator and it sound, yeah.
Okay, never mind. I just cut it off right now. So yeah, thank you.
All right, so we are almost done. So thank you everyone for coming. I'm pretty sure many wikis has like different use strategy because the cultural there is difference. However, in the Korea, I think it's a little bit problem that like they're not knowledgeable about the sources and the references. Their education styles are like kind of the hard to engaging with that, so that it is kind of the hard difficult to us. That's what I was thinking while engagement. So thank you for coming, and I'll pass to the next section. Thank you.
Okay. So, hello, my name is Patrick Fischer. I'm from Wikipedia Germany. I'm the main editor for Timor-Leste in German Wikipedia. First, a little disclaimer. This event was planned originally as a workshop, talking with each other and finding solutions to help little communities to become bigger ones. In the end, the result is a little speech of myself telling you some ideas I had which are not tested. So I hope you get maybe some ideas from me. You can use, you can try, but there is no assurance that it will work. I was planning to go to Timor-Leste 3 years ago. I wanted to go there for 3 weeks and try to make workshops there for editing Wikipedia. And I heard before of many people who went to the Global South, made wonderful workshops. People were coming and everybody was happy and everybody was excited to write in articles in Wikipedia in their own language. And just when the teacher has gone from the country, every editing stopped at once. So the question is, what is worth, or what could we do? Sorry? Okay. So what to do? It will take 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does everyone have their black? Does everyone have their bags with you? Their bag. Does everyone have their own bag? Okay.
Bags?
Is no one? Yeah. No one's missing a bag, right?
No one missing a bag. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's mine.
Oh, it's yours? What?
Okay, there's
That's
a black backpack in the plenary.
Leave it.
If you are missing a black backpack, please head to the plenary to claim it. Yeah, thank you. Sorry for disrupting.
Okay, so where we have been. Yes, and what was the possibility to make it more real for a longer time? And I was thinking to my experiences in Germany, how we can, which authors, which editors are staying in the community, not stopping editing after a short time. And these are mostly the ones who are meeting each other in real life. So the social life is very, very important for many editors, for many users of Wikipedia, Wikimedia. And so this would maybe the possibility for these young communities to exist. So how to create a community? It's mainly really about social lives. And we have in Munich one of the oldest user meetings in real life. We call it the Stammtisch. So it's a meeting in a bar or a little restaurant once a month. And just come there and talk to each other. No editing, no computers, no mobiles, just talk to each other. Maybe talking about something what you've done in Wikipedia, but it could be something about the more social life, just to become friends, just to understand each other, and maybe solving some conflicts too. That's it's quite important there. Another thing is organizing tours, excursions. We are in Munich. We are going together sometimes at the weekend to one of our mountains, wandering around there in the nature, making many photos, loading up later for comments. So that's the result for the Wikimedia, but it's again a social community making stronger together. We are doing projects together. We are going to museums, asking them to making photos of their exhibitions or their archives. We are going around the city, making photos of the buildings. We are organizing editathons about different teams, for example. And during this, sometimes we are giving lessons again for new editors. Competitions are always very important for Wikimedians. Many people started with competitions to editing or making photos for Wikipedia. Of course, when you start first in a country, the media is very important. I think in Germany it started really Wikipedia in 2005 when everybody was talking about Wikipedia. What is Wikipedia? It was in national TV, it was in every newspaper, and so the people started, whoa, what's that? Wikipedia, how does it work? And maybe try it. Oh, there was missing so much, so I have to write a little bit more too. And suddenly, you're an editor and you don't know why. Surely you have to work together with organizations. We heard about the Uzbek Wikipedia here some days ago. They are working together with government, quite successful. Universities are another possibility to get in contact. Maybe some professors are able to help. We have some examples when universities ask their students to write Wikipedia articles as lesson. NGOs could be quite helpful, or we can help NGOs too. For example, female rights organizations talking about female health, for example, or bringing people closer to information about pregnancy or against violence against women. Even such organizations like the churches are possible to contact. They want to bring informations about their religion, fundamental informations to the people. Of course, there you have to be very careful that the articles are neutral. The UNESCO is sometimes a help. They have a lot of material which could be used in Wikipedia. You can ask tourist organizations maybe to support you, so you can make articles about your area, your country, and make photos. Well, there are many possibilities in organizations to find, but the only problem in the end is you have to find the right people who want to write Wikipedia all the time and go on writing even after the teacher has gone. So that's my 5 minutes for talking. And now you can ask and you can give maybe some comments. You can add some ideas if you like. You're welcome. Okay, everybody's full. Okay. So we have now a little tea break, right? Some time, take some breath first. Yeah, there was. Take a microphone.
Maybe I'm Daniel. I'm from the Malaysian user group, and I don't really have any ideas. It's just maybe just a feeling of trying to be hopeful, keeping hope. Because when I had a meetup in 2016, the first Malaysian user group meetup, it was just 3 of us. I was the only Malaysian because Butch he's based in Singapore. Dodi is Indonesian, but he commits to Malaysian articles. So I just came in as a researcher wanting to meet real Wikipedians, but I was the only Malaysian. And this year we have a Wikipedian of the Year from Malaysia. So I think they're out there, and but like you say, the outreach and the kind of promotion needs to go, and then eventually it kind of builds up over time, hopefully.
We have to find the guys, the wood which we can make it on fire, really.
Yes, I was wondering with those Wikipedians that have engagement with other cultural institutions and maybe library institutions such as museums, libraries, archives, open data initiatives, activists, would those be more likely to continue their contribution to Wikipedia? That basically, do those already have some kind of commitment with knowledge or open knowledge or history keeping alive initiatives? Would they be more likely to stick around?
Sorry, I didn't really understand what you wanted to ask. So maybe a short.
No, I'm just wondering, would
Yeah.
those Wikipedians
Yeah.
that already have some commitments or participation
Yeah.
in other cultural institutions or movements more likely to stay around?
Well, I was talking about places just like Timor-Leste where there is nearly nothing in the moment about Wikipedia. So there are the contexts you have to find. You have to find the people. We have now 3-4 people who want to create a user group in Timor-Leste and to get in contact with all the organizations. We're getting help from several user groups, several Wikimedias now who want to help us, like Philippines, Indonesia, and well, German Wikipedia too. So there are many people with many ideas and many supports, and but in the end, these guys will be at home in their home country, and they have to find their own ways, of course, because I think every country, every culture is different. I can tell how it works in Germany, for example, or how it works in Indonesia, and it could be happen that it's totally different in Timor-Leste, so we have to find out. But collecting all the ideas is always good to find the solutions, of course.
Of course, one of the things that we might consider as well is that there might not be those perfect people to find, but what we often need to find is those people in different areas of life. Just like in Estonia, we are again also even giving out different awards like Best Wiki Photographer of the Year. Because again, photographers often don't do anything else, but they do add photos. We're giving out, for instance, Friend of Wikipedia Award. That does not go to Wikipedians, that goes to those people, to some outside organizations, just like this, mentioning CLAM and institutions, that somehow have benefited Wikipedia with their actions and activities and whatever they have communicated out to the general public. It does not mean that they themselves have ever edited. Many of them haven't, but they have done something that really benefits Wikipedia. And of course, there are sort of awards for Wikipedians as well. But I mean, there are like different areas, and this is something that also we might want to pay attention to, that sometimes we don't need people to be Wikipedias to benefit Wikipedia.
Okay, but I think this is the second step to find the people which are the cloud all around Wikipedia, which can support the people. But the problem is we have to find the people which are building the core of the new user group and the editors there.
We can have one last question, short, please.
It's more, so we were talking about Timor-Leste, so just for context, and because I'm a steward, I was wondering if there is like some kind of handbook or steps to take when you're starting a community, like electing your first administrator, and I'm helping them now, of course, but it's just by chance that we meet. I want to propose or suggest creating like first steps on that. I know there are capacity building stuff, etc., trainings, but really becoming active in your own project. I'm not sure if there's anything. Leon, do you know anything? No.
There are some, I think, some rules written by former activists, but there is really nearly nothing. So we have to start in everything. That's the problem, and we have to know where to start, and we have to find the people who wants to start anyhow. So I'm an optimist in this way, okay, but we have to find the ideas to get more and more people. Munich has 1.3 million inhabitants, same as Timor-Leste. I think in Munich, where I come from, there are around 250 editors for Wikipedia. If we can get up to 20 or 30 in Timor-Leste, it would be a big success, I would say. Okay, so thank you very much.
And thank you for attending this session, which is Wikisihat and the WHO. So basically, Wikisihat is one of projects done by Wikimedia Community User Group Malaysia, and also one of the projects, the Wiki projects for medicine, which is Wiki Project Perubatan in the Malay Wikipedia. So this is what we have done so far for this project. Is there Okay, so basically Wikisihat, it was a competition to write articles on health in the Malay language Wikipedia in conjunction with World Health Day. And it was a collaboration, an online collaboration with the WHO Representative Office for Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, and Singapore with Wikimedia Community User Group Malaysia. So basically, this event, this project was actually quite inspired by the Indonesian version, which is Wikisehat, but for the Malay version is Wikisihat. So there's just minor spelling differences. So yeah, the objective is to make sure to augment the corpus of health-related discourse in the Malay language Wikipedia, which is because that actually most Malaysians read English, use English quite often, but then in the same time, in the indigenous language, in the Malay language, there's not that many articles related to health related articles. So because of that, people from rural area, indigenous community are underrepresented and doesn't have access to free knowledge about health. So this is the one reason why we collaborate with the WHO for Malaysia is that we saw that Wikimedia Foundation has collaborated with the WHO, the global one. So that's why because the WHO and the WFMF already collaborated, then why not the Wikimedia Malaysia also collaborate with WHO Malaysia? So this is the graph for the popular for the health article. So yeah, for between the WHO, the task was to list important topics for the participants to write or translate articles from English to Malay related to health, and to recognize the competition, and also trying to make sure that this competition is well known and being publicized to the whole Malaysia. So Wikimedia Malaysia provide the training or guidance for the participants, and also to recruit individuals to take part of it. So yeah, because of this project, you can see this article from the WHO website, the official WHO website. So invention project by Wikimedia Community User Group Malaysia and also WHO Malaysia. So because of that, we managed to get recognition and support from them. So yeah, basically like any other competition, there's these requirements and need to have good references, good language, no grammar mistake, errors, and others. So yeah, this was the winner for the competition. So the number 1, number 2, number 3 is based on the scores that they attain from the competition. So actually, we also asked the WHO of Malaysia to try to help to assess the articles. So after we done assessing the articles, then we give the shortlist articles to the WHO so that they will know what have been done in the event, because most of the task was given by us, but then we would like to have like some courtesy to them so that they will know much about what the content they have written. Okay, yeah. So I give to Wafik.
Alright, hello. My name is Wafi Akil, and I am part of the Wikimedia Community User Group Malaysia, and also serve as the coordinators of this Wiki Project Perubatan, or also known as the Wiki Project Medicine. So the competitions of this Wiki Sehat, it serves as an incubator for the expansions of the health-related contents in the Malay language, and it fosters the cultivations of the volunteerism spirit. So this Wiki Sehat act as the platform for the expansions of this health-related knowledge in the Wiki Project Perubatan. So just an overview about this Wiki Project Perubatan. It is actually is a place where all the peoples who has same interests, same enthusiasms in the health-related knowledge. So they gathers together in the Wiki Project, and they improve the articles, they curate the articles which has not been existed, and etc. So in this endeavor, therefore presents an auspicious events for the participant to showcase their literary aptitude and ingenuity. So this is one of the proceeds event that has been done after the Wiki Sehat. I mean, after the completions of the Wiki Sehat. So we're thinking of doing another events which is for the health, to improve the health related articles. So this is World Brain Days, which was done on last month, 22 July, which is in the Bangladesh. So we collaborate with the Bangladesh student, which is the Malaysian who studies in the Bangladesh. And this is like some statistic that had been achieved on the World Brain Day. So there is a total of 22 newly articles created, as well as 170 total edits. And there's a total of 36 participants who volunteer in the online and offline. So why do we need this collection, this gathering, this a collective of people to expand the knowledge? Because imagine a puzzle where each piece of that holds a fragments of knowledge about health and wellness. So alone, this piece of the pieces, it might provide only a partial picture, if only one. So now envision if this piece together, they coming together, forming a complete of the mosaics that paints a comprehensive knowledge, a comprehensive understanding of well-being. This is the power of collective knowledge that Wiki Sehat harnesses to create a remarkable sources of health enthusiasts, seekers, and learners alike. So at the heart of the Wiki Sehat brilliance, it is the idea that no single person poses all the answers to the complex tapestry of the health-related topics, and it is an acknowledgement to the complex tapestry. It is an acknowledgement to the expertise, which comes in various forms, from the researcher to individuals passionate about wellness. So each perspective contributes a unique hue to the canvas, enriching the collective understanding. So just as symphony as a beautiful with diverse instrument, Wiki Sehat thrive with diverse voices come together. So when the contributors pull their insights, they weave a narrative of wisdom. They share a narrative wisdom together, cater to a wide spectrum of questions, needs, and concerns that individual might have regarding the health topics. So this knowledge, collective knowledge, it becomes a bridge between the different culture, language, and walks of life. As the contributors from around the world come together, the health information is tailored to resonate with the people's life experience. So this is the articles about one of the featured articles in the Wiki Project Perubatan, the Wiki Project Medicine. It is the Ryan White, which is a poster boy who was stigmatized for having AIDS. Like he was being kicked out of the community because having of AIDS. Because on that time there was little information about AIDS, so everyone was so afraid of this disease, and they all thought that this disease will be infected to all people. So that's why we need the needs of this having accurate and reliable information related to health. So why they say? Because this is to counter the stigma. Because reliable health information, it can stigmatizing the belief and the attitude surrounding the certain health condition. So it promotes the empathy, understanding, and the acceptance within the society. Also, we want to have the improvements of the health literacy, because when we have this health literacy, there will be ability to understand and the use of health information, which is essential for the navigating the healthcare system and making healthy choices. So accurate information, it promotes the health literacy, ensuring that individuals can comprehend and apply the knowledge that they receive. As well as enhancing health literacy, we want to preventing the misunderstanding, as the articles of the Ryan White. So this misinformation can lead to a confusion, can lead to misunderstanding and the misguided actions. The accurate health informations, it acts as a shield which against these confusions, ensuring that the individuals have a clear understanding of their health concerns and the steps they can take to address them. And as in the era of the digital, in the today's digital landscape, the information is very abundant but not always accurate. So sharing reliable health information, it is like a beacon in the sea of content, guiding the individuals towards the trustworthy sources amid the noise. And also to make the patients know about the informed choices, the better choices for their health conditions. So in the bright futures of the Malay language Wikipedia, we envision a world where health-related knowledge shines with the unparalleled reality, quality, and accessibility. So with each passing days, dedicated contributors and passionate experts come together to elevate the depth, the accuracies of the medical articles, to ensure that every reader gains clear understandings of the medical articles, and ensure that when we unite in our shared goal, that we anticipated a continuous expansions of the content that embrace the diverse health topics and foster a community that learns to empowers individual to make informed decisions about their well-being. So together we illuminate the path towards a more inclusive, informative, and accessible source of medical knowledge for all. So that's where we want the health-related knowledge, which is free for everyone. So that's all from us. Thank you.
Thanks for great sharing. I'm Jack Cho from Nanyang Technological University. This free knowledge for example, a rural community is really important and has been tackled. I just want to ask whether there are, on the ground, data. Can you, theoretically, okay, you can compare one rural community in Malaysia that has a lot of, you look at the IP address, right? They access this free knowledge a lot. But another community does not have, and then there are actually certain disease, okay, are being prevented. The rates are much lower. So I just want to see want to ask whether you guys have this kind of data to actually demonstrate it's not only free but also effectively used by the rural people. Thanks.
Okay, so since some rural areas doesn't really have that connection or even have any data to connect the internet or even to have a call, so Wikimedia Malaysia haven't done much yet, but we have envision or plan to trying to provide Wikipedia into this village, but offline, which means that in Wikipedia, there's this project called Internet in a Box or Kiwix. So basically, in this like modem or hotspot, you can access to Wikipedia without having any Wi-Fi or data or any line. So basically, maybe in the future or next year, we will try to bring this Internet in a Box and give it to, for example, health clinics in the villages so that they will have access to it. So that's our plan for in the future. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, this is Suyash. Actually, I wanted to discuss you about the Fiji Hindi community. Basically, it's a very small community, and let me introduce myself. My name is Suyash Divedi. I'm admin at Fiji Hindi Wikipedia and Wiktionary as well. And I'm also part of Commons Photographer User Group and Vice Chair at Affiliations Committee. So while I was doing this MCDC Ambassador program, I was so much concerned about why this Fiji Wikipedia is not so much active. Because as I can see that in previously this Wikipedia was very active, and I want to show you some of the data. Sorry, I have not prepared that great slides because of my hardware. I lost my laptop last week, so yeah. But I just wanted to highlight that previously this community was so much engaged. But I noticed that, like you can see, I think the next data is much more. You can see that since 2006 till 2014, this community was doing very great. But as per graph, you can see that it's a big span, like since 2014 till 2022. The edits and the page view and edit count go very low. So, while doing this ambassador thing, I was trying to figure out how many contributors are there, especially in the Fiji region. By the way, I am from India, but because, there is a Girimitia community, means Indians, some of the Indians were brought to Fiji, Mauritius, and other region just to work for their sugarcane industries. So there are lots of Indians who speaks Fiji Hindi. It's different from Fijian. And these community are struggling very hard, especially not the Wikipedian, but the local as well. And yes, the Fiji Wikipedia also tried their best, but I don't know where these guys are. Then later I came to know that this is not only the local Fijian one, but this particular language has been supported across the world. I don't know. I think this is a little bit weird data because it shows that exactly 10 edits from Switzerland, Germany, France, India, Italy, Nepal, United States, and South Africa. It's exactly same according to the states.wikipedia.org. But yeah, this community has been supported not only by the local ones, but across the world. Like I said that I have connections because of my Indian origin, so I contribute because of I care about those communities who are struggling for to retrieve their culture and all. So so my ask is like this was a very good community previously. Even I have seen that there are one couple of the editors who did very great. But even we have also seen that during the COVID period, all other Wikipedia grows very well, but this Wikipedia has no any growth. So if you know anyone from Fiji area who knows these Fijian Hindi contributors, please connect to me. And I have also seen that there are great, like in Wikipedia, no, in Australia Library, they have a great collection of passports of, old passport, because these people came from India to Fiji in the year of 1980 till 1920, 1820 till 1920. So I'm just asking you if you know anyone from this region, so let's connect so that we can retrieve this community. Thank you. It's very short. I don't think so there is some questions, but if you can suggest something, what we can do Any ideas? Yes, please. Thank you.
Have you approached government or schools or universities to see if there's kind of like an interest into adding that into, say, education or like community kind of an outreach? And obviously, we know that in the Pacific or the Oceania, Fiji is probably has the largest university out of the all of the other countries around it. So I think there's probably some interest into participating in this.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I just wanted to share one more thing that when I was trying to learn this Fiji language properly, because I want to do it in very correct way, then I tried to search the dictionary if it is available over internet. So that later I came to know that one fine man, he is from Indian origin. He was a student. He was the teacher of mathematics in some of the very old famous school in Australia. And I was able to trace him like he was there till 2008. Then sometime I have also tried to trace with their alumni Facebook user group, no, alumni Facebook group. Then some of the people, some of the students can recognize, okay, he was my school teacher, and he contributed a great. I know he was not a Wikipedian, but somehow I also wanted to connect him because I think that is the key. Once we connect to this person, then we can, maybe he is a Wikipedian with different username. I don't know, but yeah. So I know a couple of friends over here who are from Australia. I will try to share his maximum contact, which I know the name of his school and everything. And it would be great if someone can visit that school and find where he is now. It would be great. Thank you. Thank you.
territories in the Pacific. I'm JN Squire, and I'm a French Wikimedian and member of Wikimedia France and contributor to the Wikipedia in French since 2009, and also Wikidata in Commons. So we'll see on next slide, please. First, what are the French Pacific Islands? And on the next slide, we begin to see some quick facts about them. Next slide, please. Nope, you're supposed to show maps. I think it's an old version you got. You might have to reload the slides. Yes, I'm going to share my screen. Done. This. So screen sharing. Yes, Clipperton Island. Yes, this is correct. So yes, first Clipperton Island is the first, and we'll never talk more about it. It's uninhabited. There is no one living there. It's tiny, and so it's out of the scope of this session. So next slide, we are going to see where is New Caledonia. New Caledonia is collectivity a little special with 3 provinces and then communes, municipalities below them. And then on the next slide, we will see about French Polynesia. It also has an organization with communes and nothing between the name of the collectivity and this. And on the next slide, we also see about Wallis and Futuna, which are very special because it's the only place in France when you will have kingdoms with elect kings ruling for the customs of the people living there. Then let's move on to more facts on the next slide. With quick facts. So first, for history, what you saw are the remains of the former Second French Colonial Empire. It was colonized during the 1800s to secure them away from European powers and also to harvest things like guano and nickel. Instant French citizenship got granted for Polynesians from treaties, and it was after World War II to the other collectivities. There are some independence movements in New Caledonia and French Polynesia, although they kind of might have, they haven't succeeded yet. More on geography speaking, there are 3 types of islands: volcanic and coral, which is usual, and also continental. with Grande-Terre, which is an island, and it's part of a continent named Zealandia, and it's also attached to New Zealand. There are a lot of coral reefs. New Caledonia harbors the second biggest coral barrier in the world. It's protected under UNESCO. There are various kinds of administrative subdivisions. We have seen already. Climates are ranging from equatorial to tropical, with some dry, some humid, and to temperate too. And on the next slide, we also see about, on the next slide, yes, people. So yeah, there are native peoples like Kanaks in New Caledonia, Polynesians, Wallisian, people from many immigration waves from Europe, Asia, Wallis, internal migration between the collectivities, Polynesian too. There are many different languages and cultures. Some are threatened. In economy, it's mostly still extractive, kind of like during the colony, like with nickel in New Caledonia, pearls in Polynesia, fishing. There are Burgess transfers from European mainland and new development funds. They are developing tourism. There is a welfare structure copying part of the French mainland, and there are levels of employment. Then on the next slide, we'll see about the state of knowledge and Wikimedia projects, and we'll jump on to the next slide. Thank you. So you can see here a commune, municipality named Farino, and it's located in New Caledonia, and you can see already in the table of contents there are some issues, some like some kind of content for about everything that is on the main road, and also you can see there, but the article is very short on many essential topics. And on the next slide, we'll see a little more of this. So there are threats to knowledge in the Pacific Islands, and the digitized sources are rare or difficult to find without a knowledge or local context or the right academic publications. There are European-centric views. For example, some digitized resources are from colonial times and promotes dated views. There is a recent content located on more specific portals through paywalls or paper only. There are dated information on our analysis. Same issue with digitized sources. Historical and current settlement sites are mostly located near the sea and are threatened by global climate change. There are threatened native and crowd cultures and local biodiversity to unique species. On the next slide, we see also contribution issues with the distance. Thousands of kilometers away from the mainland, there is sea between islands and sometimes hundreds of kilometers. It takes more travel time from the mainland. It takes 10+ hour flights with at least one connection in Asia or Americas. There are physical, geographic accessibility issues too. Some places are accessible only through boats, and money is costlier too, with thousands of euros for travel and accommodation to deliver workshop there. There is logistic needed with PCs, smartphones to take pictures, sound, internet access, libraries with local reliable sources to cite too. And on the next slide, we can see population density issues too, with like an inhabitant on some islands. Everything is located in administrative capitals, and the rest is kind of less developed. There are uninhabited islands such as Clipperton, of course, and also archipelagos, islands such as Tuvalu, a lot of the islands, and you can access only them through expeditions and sometimes thanks to the French army. Also, you have lay structures like GLAMs. And on the next slide, we'll see a different kind of database because semi-autonomous territories got their own local databases with more detail than the national one. For example, for law, we got Légifrance, Jurydoc, and Lexpol. For statistic, we got INSEE, and under INSEE with an EC and ESPF for local heritage. It depends on how rich the local entities are. Some got their own website, and for others, you need to parse the local bills and decrease for the rest. And on the next slide, we see what initiative we can take. And at first, on the next slide, in European France, where it's cheap and faster to infuse it from the already existing volunteers from the mainland, but he has a more limited range and impact. We can do something in person, like in Paris with the Délégation de la Polynésie française and in La Maison de la Nouvelle-Calédonie. There are remote training and workshops possible too, and improving wiki projects page presentations and listing useful resources there. And you can see what the Maison de la Nouvelle-Calédonie, House of New Caledonia, looks like on this slide, on the next slide. And on the next slide, you can see their library with some very useful documentation there and sources for example, Wikipedia. Next, on place, there is a wide range and impact that's slower and costlier. The solution, we could partner with big local organizations such universities and l'Académie des langues kanak, Kanak languages academy, partnering with structure in Europe too. For example, well, Maison de la Nouvelle-Calédonie, there are links with people going from mainland France to New Caledonia. That's why. In-person training and workshops with as much GLAMs on Wikipedia as possible on Wikipedia, Commons, Wiktionary, etc. We can do more Wikimedia advocacy to local actors and develop local Wikimedia user groups for a better autonomy there, so they can keep to meet each other. That's all. Do you have questions? Do you have ideas? And thank you for watching. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone?
Well, my question would possibly be what the organization is doing for the local languages in these communities abroad. I mean, there's obviously not only French being spoken, but you also mentioned some other languages. What is your organization doing to support these other language communities that exist overseas?
Well, currently there are things being done in French Guiana, in Southern America, with so there are French communities, there are Creole communities there too, and I don't have the detail about the natives. I think we have to ask Wikimedia France directly about this. And for the rest, currently there has been nothing done yet for the Pacific because I've already reached the Maison de la Nouvelle-Calédonie in Paris, but unfortunately their director died recently, so they were going through reorganization. And I'm going to send emails to do remote workshops and physical ones in New Caledonia.
So there are groups of editors in the Pacific, in French Pacific? Do you have
Currently,
contact?
nothing organized. Maybe some people there and there sometime, but currently, none. So there is a need to do something from the mainland, maybe. Other questions? There are 3 minutes left.
I believe there is no other more questions. One last question? No. Thank you very much. Thank you for your session, and
You're welcome.
wishing you a lovely day.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, George, you can start.
Okay, hello everybody. Whoops. Let me click play here because now my screen is stuck. Okay, hold on. One moment. Not letting me play the slides. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Josh Lim. I am with the Wiki Society of the Philippines. I'm currently based in Madrid, Spain, which is the reason why you see that it is actually 9 o'clock. It's nearly 10 o'clock in the morning here. And I actually really wish I could have been there in Singapore. I usually give talks at Wikimania about topics related to the Philippines. So this year, I look forward to sharing with you a little story about Philippine diplomatic missions on Wikipedia and how you can write them too. This is actually a project that I've been working on for more or less the last 10 years now. And it's really been an exciting journey, especially in the years since the pandemic started, where I really started writing about diplomatic missions on Wikipedia. So as you can see, the title is Wiki Diplomacy, precisely because it was through here that we really got engagement with the diplomatic community, especially with the Department of Foreign Affairs of the Philippines and some of their diplomats in some of the missions around the world. This actually, you see here in the first slide, is the Philippine Embassy in Madrid, which was established in 1951. But let's get on with the show here. So I started writing Wikipedia articles about Philippine diplomatic missions in 2013. And this wasn't really a thing that just, I didn't suddenly decide one day I'm going to write about Philippine embassies and consulates. It just started off originally as a small project, initially to write about my time in Poland. I studied in Poland between 2011 and 2012. Enjoyed my time with Wikipedia Polska, for example, while I was there. And then when I came back from Poland, after studying, integrating myself with the various Wikimedia communities in Central and Eastern Europe, I figured, let's write about some things about the relationship between the Philippines and Poland. And so I ended up writing about this. This is the Philippine Embassy in Warsaw. This is actually not the picture that I took. The picture that I took is uncommon. So you can take a look at it there. This is what the embassy looks like as of, I believe, 2019. But it's been here since 2009. And so this article that you see here on the left, this is what the article originally looked like. It doesn't look like this anymore. And the reason for that is because from 2013, when I first wrote this article, there was no template for how to write about diplomatic missions. And so there were various ways to write about different embassies and consulates. And in fact, you still see that disparate way of writing about this type of article throughout Wikipedia. So for example, embassies of the Philippines are written differently from, let's say, embassies of the United States, embassies of Ukraine, embassies of Indonesia, which actually is one of the templates that I used for writing this article. So on September 24th, 2013, when I first wrote the article on the Philippine Embassy in Warsaw, my template for writing about Philippine diplomatic missions was really US and Indonesian embassies and consulates. And the reason for that is because at the time, those were the countries with arguably the most comprehensive, or at least the most structured way of writing articles about embassies and consulates. And in fact, before this article was written, there were only articles about 3 other Philippine diplomatic missions. And so for context, we only had one-off articles, and they weren't that good, to be honest. They were not particularly consistent. They were not well referenced, nor did they have structured data that we could then import. Well, then again, Wikidata wasn't really a thing, and was only starting to become a thing in the early 2010s. And so these articles weren't really that good, to be honest. And which embassies and consulates then am I referring to? I'm specifically referring to these 3 missions. The image on your left, this is the Philippine Center. This is home to the Philippine Consulate General in New York. And actually, the Philippine Consulate General in New York City deserves to have its own article because it has a history. So for example, the Philippine Center, as you see here, this was not the original home of the Philippine Consulate General. Before the Philippine Consulate in New York was based in this building, It was actually based in a mansion that Imelda Marcos, the mother of the current president of the Philippines, and wife of the former dictator Ferdinand Marcos Sr., bought this expensive house on Park Avenue, and that was actually bought with money that was stolen from the Filipino people. And to make it look legitimate, they based the Philippine consulate there. And so whenever Imelda would be in New York City, she would host lavish parties in that house. The property has since been sequestered and sold off, and the proceeds returned to the Philippine government. But right now, there isn't even an article about the Philippine Consulate General in New York City. It's one of the projects that I want to work on, because you have the article about the Philippine Center, and it was actually written by a Wikipedian based in New York City. Following that, we have the Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C. This article was written by a Wikipedian in DC, and it was part of a project that they had on writing about embassies and consulates to the United States. So this article is not even particularly structured. It's one of the articles that I have not even touched, but I look forward to working on that as well. Currently, it's just a long series of paragraphs about the history of the embassy. There's not much about the building itself. The building was built in the 1990s. And so there would be a lot of information about how this building came about. And then at the bottom is the Kudan. This is the former Philippine embassy to Japan in Tokyo. This is now the residence of the Philippine ambassador. And so for many, many years, the link Philippine embassy in Tokyo, embassy of the Philippines, Tokyo, actually linked to this building, because there was no impetus to write about Philippine embassies and consulates in Japan. And so not until 2021 when I wrote the article. Today, in fact, look, all the countries in blue that you see on the map here, these are countries with Philippine diplomatic missions, embassies, consulates, both, or some, or in the case of Taiwan that you see there in light blue, the Philippine, it's the Taiwan, it's the Manila Economic Office in Taiwan. So the countries in red that you see here, these are all countries with Wikipedia articles regarding their relating to their embassy or consulate. And much of this work, outside of the three that I mentioned earlier, were articles that I had written starting in 2013. So I wrote about the embassy in Poland in 2013. For several years, I didn't really do anything. Then I figured, okay, I'll start again. Wrote the article on the Philippine embassy in Tel Aviv in 2018 when I was there for the Glam Wiki conference. And then throughout the years, started writing more about Philippine embassies and consulates, and then that really took off during the pandemic. And then countries in light blue, these are articles that I had started writing. So the Philippine embassy in New Delhi, the Philippine embassy in Brasilia, the Philippine embassy in Vienna. And then I look forward to writing more as time goes on. It really is dependent on the, actually on the resource and on the sources that are available, especially online. Whoops. And in fact, now several of these articles have made it to the English Wikipedia's Did You Know section, 3 consulates general and 7 embassies. And so what we see here is that we try to promote these articles. And in fact, a lot of these embassies and consulates have very interesting stories to tell. So for example, the Philippine embassy in Baghdad, the diplomats there agreed, we will agree to a suicide pact. We will kill each other. We will die together if ISIS decides to invade the embassy at the height of the war between Iraq and the Islamic State in 2015 and 2017. The Philippine embassy in Berlin, one day, the Senator Franklin Drilon said, wait a minute, why is the embassy on top of a supermarket? I see sausages, this is embarrassing. So that was quite funny. The Philippine embassy in Cairo, wait a minute, we named an ambassador in 1960, but we have no idea when the embassy was actually established. Normally, it's when the ambassador was appointed, so it's 1960, right? And then the Philippine embassy in Buenos Aires, it was the former building. They've since moved. It used to be a house, a hotel, a retirement home. A former diplomat that was once based there. We actually removed all this information because he said it was embarrassing to the consulate. It's like, no, Wikipedia is not censored, because he told me, oh wait, it's now a brothel, so we should remove it. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. I did not put that it's a brothel because there's no reliable source that points to that accordingly. And so a lot of these consulates and embassies have interesting stories to tell, and these stories deserve to be put on Wikipedia. Therefore, since I actually started working on these articles, I've branched out to other languages too. I am an active editor on the Spanish Wikipedia. I'm one of the few Filipino Wikipedians that actually write in Spanish. And so we branched out into writing about articles in that language, and mostly right now about embassies of the Philippines and other Spanish-speaking countries. Eventually, and then the one in Bahrain, which is the most recent one that I wrote, because someone decided to translate it. So moving on from that, I hope that this is something that will inspire other Wikipedians to write articles about their diplomatic missions using the structure that I will elaborate below. So we follow a standard template for writing diplomatic missions of the Philippines. So there's always an info box. The info box should always have, it could be a template info box diplomatic mission, which is for the English Wikipedia. For the Spanish Wikipedia, it's Ficha Misión Diplomática or something similar. The mission's name should always be in the language of your wiki and the official languages of the sending and receiving countries. So here you see the Philippine Embassy in Tel Aviv. It has the name in English, which is an official language of the Philippines, and the language of the wiki. The name of the mission in Filipino, the national language of the Philippines, and the name of the mission in Hebrew, the official language of Israel. If there's a shield, which is normally the case with many countries, they have a special logo or coat of arms for their embassies or their consulates, it should be in the info box. And of course, a picture of the mission where available. The lead paragraph, in this case, it's always the embassy of country in city is the diplomatic mission of the country sending the mission to the country receiving it. And then some small information, it was opened in this year, it's located here, maybe near some major landmark. A section about the history of the embassy or consulate where one is available. Whatever you can find in reliable sources. Usually this will be old newspaper clippings. And I thank the Wikipedia library for giving me access to newspapers.org, for example, which has been a goldmine of information, particularly for Philippine diplomatic missions in the United States. And also the Internet Archive's own library, which has been wonderful for this type of resource. And also a section on staff and activities. Normally, it's the ambassador, who they are, who they've been appointed by, and when they were received by the host country. One thing that you might want to know is that an ambassador is not an ambassador until their credentials have been received by the host country, meaning the president actually accepts the credentials from the ambassador. Usually this can be several months after their credentials have been received. So make sure to look at that accordingly. I had a minor dispute with an editor who says, oh, the Philippine ambassador to Indonesia is actually the ambassador because they were named as such by the government. But their credentials are not received until June of this year, even though they were appointed in September of last year. So something that you want to keep in mind. And then a couple of interesting things that the mission does. So for example, the Philippine Embassy in Tel Aviv is actually the mission responsible for all the other ASEAN countries which don't have an embassy in Israel. So for example, if you're Malaysian, go to the Philippine Embassy, they will help you, as was the case in 2010. Occasionally, if there's a lot of information about the building itself, as I mentioned earlier, it would make sense to have a section about the chancery, the building where the embassy or consulate is located. And that adds character and depth to the article, more than just a brief mention of the history, because this actually shows you that this mission is quite historical. So for example, there was a long history about how the Philippine Embassy in Tokyo was built with Japanese war reparations, or how the Philippine Embassy in Berlin, they originally wanted to buy the property where Jose Rizal, the national hero of the Philippines, wrote Noli Me Tangere, his seminal work. The building was not for sale, so they couldn't buy it. This picture actually was taken by Eugene Villar, who is Steve, who's actually in the audience. So if you're looking for Filipino Wikipedians to interact with, I highly recommend you talk to him. Now, because there is no standard way of writing articles about diplomatic missions, the goal of this project is really to provide a comprehensive template that others can emulate for their countries. Because these articles deserve the care and respect that we can give them. These are representatives of our country abroad. And so if we're able to give them the care and respect that we can on Wikipedia, it actually helps elevate not just what people perceive of our countries, especially in East and Southeast Asia, but also how it also gives interesting information that then people can then look back to. And in fact, this led me to getting a Barn Star on the English Wikipedia because people do appreciate the work that we put in to these articles. People notice that, oh, a lot of the articles on the English Wikipedia about diplomatic missions are quite stubby. So it's nice to see more extensive coverage. And so if we're able to really put in the effort to do the research required, a lot of this information is actually available online, or you can reach out to the Department of Foreign Affairs of your country, or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of your country to get this information. And this is information that would be beneficial for anyone to know about. Let's say if they want to know more about, oh, I need to go to the embassy of this country in my city, they will very likely go to the Wikipedia article. It'll tell them where it is, what is the mission about, and more about the country and how they interact with the country that the embassy or consulate is located in. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat. Terima kasih. 谢谢你们. Muchas gracias. And let's give our diplomatic missions the love and treatment that they deserve. I do only have 3 minutes left in my presentation, in my presentation time, so I am open to any questions that you may have. And I will stop sharing my screen. I will briefly open. I actually closed Eventier, so I will check if you have any questions on Eventier. I will be able to answer them as well.
Hi, Josh. Ramzi from Indonesia. Actually,
Hi,
really,
Ramzi. Long time no see.
yeah, long time no see. Really appreciate of fellow diplomatic nerds doing all this. I'm just curious. I understand there's no freedom of panorama in the Philippines, and I understand that an embassy of a country is its own country abroad. Are you concerned with the copyright status of these embassy photos that you took? All the excellent photos to Commons.
Actually, the worry there is not the Philippine lack of freedom of panorama, and I personally think we should have them. I know Johnny Alegre was talking about it yesterday. Actually, the worry was the country that's hosting the embassy. So the position of Commons is that it doesn't matter if the country has freedom of panorama, the sending country. The receiving country has to have it too. So for example, the Philippine embassy in Jakarta, there was a picture, and I got that from a Philippine government image, which means it's public domain. But because Indonesia doesn't have freedom of panorama, Commons said, sorry, it can't be there. I'm very likely going to upload it back to the English Wikipedia just so there is a picture. But yes, freedom of panorama can be an issue in countries that don't have it.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I wish I could be there. Any other questions?
Thank you very much, Josh. Thank you for your session.
All right. Thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing all of you when the opportunity comes. Thank you for attending my presentation.
The second one will start now. We will have a video from Jin Lee Hao. And after the video, he will be able to answer one question because the video is 11 minutes and he will be here for answering a question. So please, we can play the video. Thank you.
消奇异博弈，维基百科数字空间中的知识合法性研究。我的名字是甘立豪，来自中国上海华东师范大学传播学院。我的研究方向是数字知识政治学。我的维基用户名是 GANLIHAO。我们今天讨论的话题有3个。第一个，我们如何重新理解维基百科编辑中的消奇异行为？消奇异行为和空间有何关系？平台空间如何影响维基百科知识的合法性？经过22年发展，维基百科已经拥有超过6000万篇文章，300多种语言社区，近30万活跃编辑。创始人威尔士提出，我们要打造一部全面均衡的高质量全球知识的百科全书。我们提出的问题是， 知识是和话语权是密切相关的，这一个认识在学术界并不是什么新鲜事。福柯在知识考古学中就早已指出，人类知识来源于话语权力的塑造，也塑造着政治权力结构。布迪厄在行动者网络思维下描述了实验室中的研究者如何利用权力、资金和话术等斗争生产科学知识的过程。但是这些研究都集中于关注人类对空间平台中的内容合法性争夺，却忽视了对空间平台资源自身的争夺。也就是说，知识内容需要在一定的空间中存在和显现。当公说公有理，婆说婆有理的时候，争夺空间显现的空间资源就会成为各方斗争的重点。即空间中的呈现与否与呈现形式会成为我们知识合法性博弈的关键点。那么在维基百科平台中到底存在哪些有限的空间资源？为什么这些空间会为不同的社群成为一个激烈的争夺场域？这些空间中存在哪些知识博弈的社群？这些社群各自征用了什么样的话语资源，服务于己方知识的合法性建构呢？通过对这3个问题的回应和展开，本文尝试对哈贝马斯话语政治理论中的数字知识空间实践进行反思。我们的研究对象是肖奇义。在维基百科全书中的编纂实践中，肖奇义是重要的信息处理环节，其确保了用户能够准确有效地搜索到知识。也就是说，维基百科全书的信息资源存在着大量的奇异现象，即相同名称对应不同实体。比如苹果可以是指代一种水果、一家科技公司、一部电影或者一首歌。对于这些实体的排齐是信息检索、信息抽取、语义计算、知识库构建等领域研究的重点难题。即维基百科必须考虑信息搜索者的不同需求，尽量给出搜索者最优解。因此，从计算信息科学视角出发，对肖奇进行优化方案，是我们学术界长期关注的重点。但是在我们这篇文章中，希望我们能够重新理解肖奇义。肖奇义它不能够仅仅被视为语义学、认知学和信息技术学的问题，还应该被视为语用学和政治学的问题。在互联网知识中存在的空间中，并不是通常我们所想象的那样可以无限拓展的，而是有时在眼球注意力稀缺性的情况下，会呈现出有限的形态，比如条目标题空间、搜索定向页面空间、同一页面中的排列空间等。这些空间位置都是维基人在进行消奇义行为时话语斗争的场所。我们研究方法是网络中继民族志的方法。由于我们的维基百科社群是一种全球性的流动性的匿名网络群体，通常我们没有办法使用深度访谈，所以我们只能采用盖格所提出来的中继民族志的方法。我们将从3个方面来研究。第一个是搜索栏空间中的主名称合法化博弈，第二个是消奇义页面空间中的意象排序博弈，第三是地图空间中视觉符号博弈。搜索栏空间中的主名称合法化博弈主要涉及到主名称合法化的导航路径博弈，到底是要关联到主名称，直接关联到主名称，还是关联到消奇义页面？主名称合法化的数据标准博弈，搜索数量合法还是链接数量合法？主名称合法化中条款诠释博弈，在我们的无数条社群条款中，我们到底运用哪一条条款？每一条条款又是如何进行诠释的？这些都是我们社群重要博弈的关注的对象。第二，消奇义页面空间中的意象排序博弈。在我们消奇页面中，意象是从上往下排的。那么从上往下排，它的顺序不同，意味着它的重要性不同。那么我们社群到底是采用阅读兴趣排序法呢，还是范畴实体成绩排序法，还是时间先后排序法，还是字母排序法？采用不同的排序法呢，其实是可以使不同的意象 它会从上往下具有不同的顺序，而社群就会利用这种不同的排序法来为自己所认可的意向的重要性来进行一个博弈。地图空间中的视觉符号博弈，在我们的消奇义和我们的条目中有大量的配图，那么这些配图它如何去展现，它的图列标注如何标注，颜色如何消奇，地名如何标注，也成了我们社群围绕着消奇义长期话语博弈的一个对象。所以通过我们的消奇义斗争的这些分析，我们需要重新反思数字知识空间中的合法化政治。哈贝马斯提出公共领域的概念。那么随着这个全球互联网的出现，网络空间有不少学者被视为平等性、开放性、互动性和多元性通中的这种公共领域。我们能否更好地推进哈贝马斯的话语民主理想呢？维基百科消奇义斗争使我们不得不从数字空间资源视角进一步思考互联网理想言说情境成立的预设条件。首先，互联网中开放透明的讨论是否在任何情况下都能形成共识？其次，地位平等、机会平等以及无强制性是否会一定形成理想言说情境？最后，满足有效性三原则是否一定能够形成理想言说情境呢？那么，我们通过我们的文章分析，对这些都提出了质疑。同时，我们通过分析互联网知识生产和传播的空间资源，我们还可以继续对一些知识的生成机理再管窥一二。首先，互联网中存在着两种数字资空间形式，一种数字空间资源是无限生长和开放拓展的，比如服务器的存储空间、互联网网络的延伸空间、互联网连接的链接空间、互联网平台的拓展空间。还有一种数字空间资源是有限稀缺和闭合排他的，比如导航链接之处、搜索排序先后、标题字数空间、网站首页面和链接页面层次等等。第二，由于数字空间可获得性不同，网络社群会形成不同的交往方式。第一，非零和博弈的做蛋糕思维方式；二，零和博弈的分蛋糕思维交往方式。和我们的资本控制的互联网平台相比，非盈利性的互联网平台虽然整体上防止了市场经济和行政部门权力侵入公共领域，但是它的局部区域依然存在着抢夺空间资源和零和博弈的现象。这种现象会造成空间的知识建构无法摆脱现实世界的意识形态偏见，即立场迥异的社群通过拣选、诠释、人海战术、时间消耗等策略，巧妙地利用社群规约，塑造符合己意的知识话语，从而导致该局部空间呈现为一种非常隐蔽的虚假客观性。非理性压制冒充理性辩论，修辞博弈取代程序正义，争论压制商讨。所谓共识，并非是在尊重和承认其他参与者基础上的思考，而是排斥他者后的少数派意见。所谓知识，不是宿主彼此观点的妥协和融合，而是通过比拼时间、精力、对规则的熟悉度和人数多少的结果。然而，从知识传播视角看，我们不能因为上述分析就完全接受福柯等后现代主义的知识观。本文还是不得不强调，虽然维基百科消奇行为存在话语博弈和话语压制现象，但是不能用此来否定哈贝马斯话语政治理论的现实价值。总之，我们既要看到知识传播局部空间领域中的零和博弈现象，也不能忽视互联网空间领域中的这个话语民主贡献。也就是说，维基百科平台存在两种知识：零和博弈空间知识和非零和博弈空间知识。对于前者，由于空间资源的有限性，维基社群会催生各种阴谋诡计、话语技巧、权力压制、政治博弈，从而导致某些维基百科知识呈现为福柯眼中的排他性、压制性的现实特征。而对于后者，由于空间资源的无限性，维基社群常常能够实现哈贝马斯的商谈理想，即通过对话和商谈，在更高层次上达成理解和共识，从而更接近维基百科创立者威尔士所倡导的打造一部全面均衡的高质量全球知识百科全书的宏伟目标。 谢谢大家。
好，大家有什么问题吗？喂，有问题吗？啊 ，OK， 大家有什么问题吧？好，可以。
因为我也在做就是维基百科的研究，但是我的研究方向可能是关于这个机器，在这个维基百科中，它如何和人类的编辑者进行协作，然后包括人类的编辑者如何去评价这个机器的工作，然后以及他们中间的情感啊，然后观念上面的交互。所以想问一下老师，目前有没有对这个方面有一些研究？需要我用英语再说一遍吗？好的。Okay, I will translate to English. Yeah, because I'm focused on the academic research on Wikipedia, and I focus on the topic that how the robot works in Wikipedia and how they cooperate with human editors. And I'm wondering, the professor again, if you notice the phenomenon and how you evaluate this problem, that the mechanism between robots and human editors. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
这个我首先谈一下，就在我们的互联网知识生产中，机器人，它现在在我们的维基百科中起了非常重要的作用。而且在维基百科的知识中呢，承担了不同的角色，比如说有这种校对的角色，那么还有标注生产各种地理条目的我们有很多机器人呢，还有反这个破坏的，它对我们整个维基百科的这个质量的提高起到了很重要的作用。现在我们维基百科机器人大概有2000多个，那么我们甚至有一些语言的这个社区，它的机器人编撰的条目可以占到70%、80%，比如说数物语。所以说，对于这个机器人，它对我们维基百科的贡献，我们是不能够忽视的。那么，问题是，就是有机器人，我们还不能不承认，目前在维基百科中，机器人大多是弱人工智能，也就是说，他们只是完成一些简单的工作。但是我们的维基百科，我觉得现在目前需要面临一个很严重的一个一种命题，就是随着机器人它的水平的越来越的这个重要的提高，那么他们的会逐渐转变成一种强人工智能。那么这种强人工智能，他们会在 ChatGPT 一些大数据的一些影响之下，会大量的生产出我们维基百科的知识。我们怎么去面对这些机器人？那如果这些机器人它有情感的话，我们又怎么去保护我们维基百科的知识依然是我们人类的知识，而不是机器人的知识？那么这个里面，因此我觉得我们是需要设定一些保护机制的。我觉得目前为止，对于弱人工智能这个保护机制设定的是非常好的。我有很多文章都是写了这方面的问题，大家因为时间限制。感兴趣的话，可以去看我的文章。那对于强人工智能的保护，也是我们现在正在思考的问题：怎么才能够去有效的保证我们的知识依然是人类的知识？好，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much.